much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the regular council meeting for June 13th at 7 p.m. Ms. Gurry, I'd like to have the introduction of late items, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. For the addendum this evening, we are adding under 8I 2 more delegations. The first one will be number 2, and it's Mr. Kevin Story. The other, Mr. Tim McGrath, has been added as 8I 3. So those are delegations added to 8I on the agenda. For late items that are not noted on the addendum, we have the following. Under 5B, we are going to add a presentation from Victor Mima titled Understanding Taxes 2016. We are removing 8E and 8F, 5483 May Road and 5564 Hickobrand Road, as the work has now been completed on those properties. 9A1, we are moving the delegation by Mr. Akash Parwar to 5A as to a presentation instead of a delegation. 9E, we are removing 323 Black Diamond Drive and 6225 Dover Road from the unauthorized sweep report. 9F, we are removing the following properties as they have been cleaned up. Number 1, 1320 Townsite. Number 3, 5391 Kenwill Drive. And number 8, 119 Halliburton Street.
Thank you. I wonder if it's possible to get the microphone a little bit closer to you.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
That is better. Thank you very much.
Just lean it.
Move the agenda as amended. Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, motion for the adoption of the minutes of May the 5th, May the 16th, and May the 16th. The regular, there's a special open on May 16th and the regular of May 16th.
So moved.
Together? We can do them together? All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item. Councillor Hong, can you please introduce this item?
Certainly, Chair. I would like to introduce Kash Parwar he's the chair of the Nanaimo Youth Advisory Council to give a presentation. And I think he is bringing Michael with him. Is there somebody else coming, guys, or just the two of you? Okay. And they have a PowerPoint presentation on what the Youth Advisory Council has been up to.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, or good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. My name is Kash, as Councillor said, and
I'm Michael, and I'm the co-chair. So we're just going to start off by talking about some of our past events from last year and late 2014. So the first one we did was with all of you guys, and that was at the all candidates meeting during the municipal elections. We did the coldest night of the year, meeting with the Victoria Youth Council, where we got to swap information with each other on how to properly get one going. 2015 Culture and Heritage Awards, we attended that, and the Heritage Days float, we participated in that as well. Zero Waste Conference, Immigrant Welcome Reception, Aboriginal Soccer Tournament, and Sanemo First Nations presentation, and we also participated in Teen Fest 2015.
so after all those events, we decided that there was a time for an overhaul of how we presented things. If you look at our logo, it says represent, engage, inform. But before we do all of that, we need to have a plan on how to take that to our youth voices. So we did the social media overall. We were joined by Avery Bonner, who has experience with VIU. And we had two other people on in our council as the media liaisons. And we decided to put some of our funds that were given to us by you guys to advertise the council. And as you can see, these are some examples of the statistics we gathered. Initially, in February, there's not that many people actually being reached by our posts, and slowly from March onwards, you see a spike in the amount of people actually looking at our posts and interacting with us in the group. And I think it culminated mid-March with about 1,500 people actually looking at our posts. We use this kind of data to actually analyze, where we are as a group and who we're attracting, because our main goal is to attract youth between the age of 15 to 24. If you look at this slide, you see that 56% of the people who liked, or 55% of the people who liked or interacted with our posts were female, and 44% were male. You can also see through Facebook itself how many people from each country we interacted with, and surprisingly, there's more people, other countries, South Korea being one too. And our involvement with other youth councils can be visible by the posts that were reached in Victoria, Vancouver, Ladysmith, Duncan, and whatnot. We did also have a few people with different languages. I don't know why English pirate is a language there. But yeah, I guess we're from Nanaimo, so. That was that. I think it was good for us because we did end up reaching what our goal was in getting a lot of people to look at our post and to have an impact with it. We also ended up creating a Twitter and an Instagram because we were coming close with a few events which required us to, show us in front of the community. And if you want, please give us a follow on Twitter. We use Twitter also as a base to communicate with other leaders in the community or otherwise.
So a couple of months ago for our participation of AVICC, we got to collaborate with the Duncan Youth Council and one person from Victoria as well. And that was a really good opportunity for us to see the different comparisons between us. And their model's quite a bit different than ours. They almost have more so a mock council, just like you do in real life. And so that's one of the differences between us, but it was good to get some feedback that we can give each other and whatnot and how to engage youth some more in different ways. And different events they have participated in as well, which is quite a bit different from ours too. So it was a really good opportunity there. And so at AVICC, we called ourselves the Island Youth Council because of Duncan and Victoria both participating with us. Our whole purpose of the weekend was to promote youth councils to other municipalities on Vancouver Island, many of whom did not have any, and they definitely seemed interested in getting one, some ones that did not. So that was really good. We were able to engage with many politicians, mayors and councillors, etc., and regional people who are definitely interested in what we're doing there and really wanted to see what youth councils are all about. And it was just a really good way to network and to also get together with the other youth councils too, just as one large team, which was a really great experience.
So our involvement in AVICC was important for a lot of reasons. We wanted it to be our brainchild in the sense that it was going to be the platform where we could actually lift ourselves up and get other cities to come and create their own youth councils. Councillor Hong, of course, was a big part of that. He helped design the shirt, the logo, and the ideas for it, and I think that's how we went forward with it. So post-AVICC, we got an invitation from Councillor Rob Paulson to assist the City Council in Port Alberni with their newly designed youth council. We had a delegate from our own council go and talk to them and give information on how we created ours and how we moved forward with ours. We gave the Parksville City Council information on the bylaws and the reports we had to make to council itself in order to make a youth council. Like I said before, our social media activity increased, and our communication with youth. So we had a lot of youth not only messaging us on Facebook, but also calling John Horn, who's our representative, with asking about information and how they could join. Our Facebook reach bypassed 1,000 views, and this was, the height of our promotion and what our goals were. We met with the Crimson Coast Dance Society and Holly Bright, and we discussed possible collaborations with them and how we could basically collaborate with them to create events which were, even more flamboyant and, impacting the youth as well. We have collaborated with the Culture and Heritage Department, as you guys know. Past few weeks ago, we came here with the idea for an Nanaimo Youth Poet Laureate, and we're also discussing other opportunities with them. So we are also meeting as much as possible with other committees in the city so that we can have a voice in their decision making. We also reserved 2 spots in our council for Nanaimo First Nations. What our idea in this was that we wanted to not only gain perspective, but we also want to gain experience from what they have experienced in their lives. And I think it's important in both reconciliation, but also for empowerment, not only for SFN, but also for youth in a general sense. Our communications with them are currently ongoing, and we do hope to have them as a part of our future Youth Council.
Since November, I believe, we have been volunteering at the 7 to 10 Club, and it's been a really great experience to really get out into the community and help those who are in help right now, who need help. And a lot of those people are young people as well. And we really just want to thank a couple of people while we're here as well for their donations. So Wilson's Transportation, Mr. Jeff Tomlinson, and Hong Van Vietnamese Restaurant, and also Councillor Fuller, who has definitely helped us out a lot, not just by being there, but by also donating for some breakfasts as well when we needed that sort of help. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Hong for always helping us there as well, along with John Horn. And yeah, so the 7 to 10 breakfast was basically just an opportunity for us to actually get out in the community and do something as a committee, and it's been a really great experience, and I think it's something that I would almost encourage other committees to do as well, something similar.
So, as you can see, we did participate this year in the Heritage Day celebration. We had our theme as pirates, because I think that was something we found common with Nanaimo and its heritage. There's a few pictures. There's one with Councillor Hong as our captain. We also had Councillors Fuller and Yoakum there too. Yeah, one of the pictures is, I think, John Horn going up and trying to get us more candy. Yeah, so it was a good time. Again, as a youth council, I think it's great because we can actually use our imagination and put it to use, and use the funds or donations we receive to actually prepare for these events.
So as the Youth Council as well, we are on a few planning committees. So one of them is the Canada 150 celebrations, which will be happening next year, and I'm one of the members of that one. The Nanaimo Youth Poet Laureate is Kennedy Barbosa, and selecting arts displays for waterfront area is Camp MacDonald. Most of these places, I believe, approached us to join because they wanted youth representatives, and they figured that the Youth Advisory Council would be a really good, appropriate place to get one from. Yeah.
So, like I said before, I think it's important, for us to get out in the community, and, AVICC was really important for that because it depicted to at least the government side that, we were there and we were willing to work and gain experience. Like Michael said, we had a few committees come out as guest speakers to our meetings and pitch ideas in which we could participate. We had Parks and Rec come in for ideas. We also had the Culture and Heritage Department to come in, and we had a long talk on what culture and heritage meant to the Youth Council and to the youth in general. Besides that, there's also a lot of issues we feel are important. So if you remember, when we first came here, our idea was to basically build a foundation for a youth council and to prepare for the future generations of youth counselors to actually have an impact. Now that I think we have come to the idea of our foundation and of our impact, and to see where we can go as a social media presentation, we decided that there's a few issues we wanted to state and help out with. Bullying in high schools is a big problem. We wanted to help out with that in any ways that is possible. Crime, youth, and drugs. For example, the amount of fentanyl overdose in the community, not even in Nanaimo, but BC as a whole, is just insane. It's staggering if you look at the statistics. And there needs to be some way where we can go out and tell the youth on how they can, stay away from it, or at least stay safe. Public transit. There's not that many school buses anymore, so we want to design public transit in such a way that it helps the students rather than not help them in high school students in a way. Bottled water. One of our counselors, Bree, wanted there to be bottled water because she said she is a peer tutor for kids at the gym, but she has to go and refill her bottle again and again, but she can only put in a $2 in a vending machine and get Coke, which is not really a healthy drink if you think about it. We wanted to tackle homelessness. Volunteering at the Breakfast Club has given a lot of us insight into what the actual effects of homelessness are, and we just wanted to help in that as well. Our main objective is to make an impact in the community that is either short-lasting or long-lasting, but we do want to leave a footprint, and we also want to inform the youth and have a voice. And thank you, if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Councillor Hong, did you wish to have... Okay. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, thank you so much for coming tonight and letting us know what you're doing. It's been a couple of years, and so it's very helpful to us, I think, to know what you're doing. And in particular, I'm particularly happy that you're setting your own agenda. And that was really neat to hear, that you've looked into social media, that you're not just talking to people here, but you're talking to the world. You're talking to South Korea, which is important to me. So, yeah, it was quite interesting to find out that there are other people in the world who are interested in what our youth are doing here in Nanaimo. Very exciting stuff. I was happy to see that you're collaborating with our departments and our committees, and that it's not just one way, but that you're working with them and doing things in the community under their auspices. Great work at the ABICC. I loved seeing you there. And I guess it's just really, really promising that the Youth Council is branching out and growing at your own pace with your own interests. I love that. So just finally say that the community is really proud of you, and I suspect that your families are too. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
You guys are a fun lot. Yeah, you're a lot of fun. I actually had someone today commenting that they had seen me at the AVICC in the bathtub talking to one of the youth council. It was quite amusing people liked that, what you do. The parade, great time walking with you guys. And what you do at the 710 Club is just phenomenal. I get a lot of comments from people that use the service that really appreciate what you're doing. And if you're interested in helping out with the community barbecue on August 7th, I will be contributing to that. It'll be through the 710 Club, but perhaps there's a way you guys can help in that as well. Setting up some booze. It'll be in partnership with a group called Street Store, which is set up to give away clothing. So we're going to try and make the community barbecue a bit bigger and better, and I think you guys will be a real value added to that. So we'll talk. Thanks for everything you're doing.
Thank you. I'm surprised there's not on a pitch from Councillor Hong that they're going to have a beer and burger fundraiser at the Queen's to support the event that night. Anyway, Councillor Kipp, or Councillor Thorpe, I'm sorry, Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I just want to really congratulate you gentlemen and the entire council. As a former teacher, I'm always so gratified when we have young people such as yourself come to speak to council and we hear confident, articulate voices from our youth. That's wonderful, and it's so encouraging for the future. So my thanks to you for the work you've done. I've certainly seen you out in the community at AVICC as well. That was a great display there. You mentioned you hoped to create a footprint or build a foundation, I think you said, and I think you've already done much more than that because you've set a very high standard for other communities to try and emulate. So well done. What can we say? One quick question, just for my edification. Can you explain what are the age parameters for membership in the Youth Council, and how long are your terms as individuals?
Our terms are 2 years long, and I guess we go through the same system other committees go. And our age range, I'm pretty sure, is 15 to 24.
All right. Thank you. So again, congratulations, and thank you, and thanks to Councillor Hong for the work he does with the council.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. Am I the last speaker?
Good.
Okay. Great job, guys. Thanks a lot for coming. This group has just been one of the most rewarding groups I've ever worked with. I went to the FCM this year in Winnipeg, and one of the topics I attended was winning young, cracking the code at the ballot box. And the amount of work and the presentation that you guys did at AVICC far exceeded what I got from the FCM. What you guys provided there for the information about youth and how to engage youth was far more rewarding. And I wanted to applaud you guys on the scope and the scale that you guys managed to achieve that even an event at the FCM couldn't even compare to. So, good job. Thanks.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Really, very, very, very much appreciate that. Thank you. Motion to receive. Jerry? Pardon me, Councillor Hong. And you're seconding, Councillor Pratt. Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is Mr. Victor Mema, Director of Finance, to provide a presentation titled Why a 0% Property Tax Increase is Not a 0% Property Tax Increase for Everyone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm at a disadvantage coming after the Youth Council, but you can trust me, I'm bringing you good news too. The presentation I'm going to make is a response to a number of inquiries that we've received from members of the public as they come through to pay their property taxes for 2016. And the subject here is what the 0% property tax increase meant or means, and also to understand how the calculation was done. Now, I understand that we have varying relationships with property taxes, but the intent of the presentation is not to relitigate how we got to a 0%, but to explain how this impacted individual properties as it's shown in their bills that they are paying between now and end of June. Having said that, I think we appreciate the members of the public who have come forward. Some have written to council, some have sent us emails, some have called, and we encourage that so we can work with individual property members to explain how this worked for them. So with those brief comments, I will go straight into the presentation. So a basic understanding of how our property tax base comes about. At the end of each year, the BC assessment, who do the property evaluations for municipalities in BC, go through a process of evaluating our properties across the city. And so they start off with the previous year's property assessment for a particular individual property. They look at what they call non-market growth, which is new constructions. If you have improvements to the house or you've built a new house, that will be non-market growth. They also have to take into account what they refer to as the market growth, which is influenced by the buying and selling of properties across the city. And that varies. In some years, there's market growth. There's market growth from selling and buying. In some years, there isn't, depending on how that looks like. Then you end up with this new property assessment for the house. And there is a process, obviously, that I'm not going to go through, but there is a process where members of the public, property owners, have the chance to engage with BC Assessment to look at how their property evaluation has grown or not grown and have an adjustment if that is warranted. So that's how that piece is done. And this piece is done by the external body. And as a city, we receive the final property evaluation report. And that's what we work with. So we're not able to answer some of the questions around evaluation, and those we direct to BC Assessment. So how did we get where we are? You may recall that in November 2015, when we brought our initial draft financial plan, we were asking council for an increase of 1.7% in property tax, equivalent to about $1.7 million. The Chief Administrative Officer worked with staff and council. We had some significant reductions in recurring expenses that allowed us to eliminate that $1.7 million requirement, which meant that we were not going to increase the amount of revenue from our property taxes from what it was last year for any additional cost or pressures that we had eliminated. Now, if you recall from the slide that I had before, I spoke about new construction. The city did grow. There was new growth, there was new construction, and this amounted to about $1.2 million in property tax revenue for the city. That amount was already accounted for. We expected it. We had actually incorporated that calculation in our property tax revenue that we're expecting. So it's not like we received a windfall. That $1.2 million was part of the calculation in the draft budget. The city also experienced a market growth of about 4.3% across the city. And that's a very critical number to keep in mind. So from the buying and selling of properties in the city, there was a market-induced growth in assessment of about 4.3%. I'm going to explain how this impacts our calculation in the way that we set our property tax rates. So we've sent these out, and for the majority, most property owners in Nanaimo, they have received theirs. We still have a few that have come back to us due to people moving, and so we're trying to reach as many people as we can. And for the benefit of those who are at home, if you haven't received a property tax notice, if you can reach out to the city so we can see if we missed you in terms of the mailings. But why I bring this up, I just wanted to highlight the area that's highlighted in yellow there. It is the city's general municipal property tax line. Of all these lines that you see up there, the city is responsible or accountable for that line. Everything else is decided elsewhere. Some is decided at the RDN, some is decided at the Vancouver Island Regional Library. And as much as the city spoke of a 0% property tax increase, that was only for the municipal portion, the line that is highlighted there, and I'll explain that as we go down. So everything else that has changed, we are not able to answer for that. The other jurisdictions that it actually speak to those increases or decreases. For context, if you look at the annual residential tax increase for the past 5 years, you started off at about 4% in 2012. And for those who are following this, yes, in 2015 we had a 1% increase just for asset management. And in 2016 we actually had 0%. And you may recall that even at that 0%, we actually had enough to allocate funding equivalent to 1% in terms of our asset management, in line with Council's mandate on asset management. So, yes, our annual residential tax increases have been coming down since 2012, and we did hit the 0% in 2016. So why is a 0% property tax increase not a 0% for everyone? It's all about how the individual property assessment value changed in line of the average change in the city. And I'll walk you through that process. But if you can keep that in mind, that for an assessment that moved in line with the average movement, they would actually experience a 0%. For one that is on either side, if it increased more than 4.3%, you would see an increase in the dollar amount that you paid from last year to this year. If it was less than the average, which is the 4.3, you would see a decrease, and I will demonstrate that in a couple of slides. So this is probably a recap of what I just spoke about, and so I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide, other than that this speaks about how we arrive at the amount of money that we collect. So in this case, for the city, we collected the total property tax dollars that we collected in 2015 as a number. We also collected, in addition, the new growth from construction, the $1.2 million, and that was it. So if you look at what happens in terms of rates, if you look at the 2015 residential property tax rate, it was 5.6780, and the 2016 is 5.144. So from a property tax rate, there was actually a decrease. There was actually a drop. And so that drop is because the assessment base increased. So you see a drop in the property tax rate for residential purposes. So I talked about the general movement induced by buying and selling of properties. Now, Council did make what I would call a philosophical stance, which said it doesn't matter what the market is doing, what the movements are. We are simply going to collect the same amount of property tax in dollars plus whatever is coming out of growth in 2016. Now, there is a philosophy behind that, which is where you're looking at what does that mean for affordability of property taxes. And we can have that conversation outside this presentation. But to me, what it said is you're collecting the same amount of property tax revenue from last year, and you are only increasing it by what is coming out of new growth. Now, if you remember that I said we had an average market change of 4.3%. So if we begin with 2015 as an example, if we picked an assessment that moved with the market, which means that increased at the average of 4.3. If the value in 2015 was $331,000, increase that by 4.3%, which is the average for the market across the city, the value would have come out to $345,000. If you take the rates, we spoke about the 2015 rate, which was at 5.678, and the new rate, which is a lower rate, which is 5.4481. And look at the city paid taxes. For this property, the owner would have paid in 2015 $1,880. In 2016, they would have paid $1,881.64, and this is just a rounding off. So this is the group of properties that actually truly experience the 0% property tax. If we take another example, if that property's assessment grew more than the 4.3%, in this case we're talking about a 10%, so this is more than the 4.3 average, and we apply the same logic that we applied in the previous slide. The property taxes paid in 2015 would have been the $1,880, but they would have paid $1,984 in 2016. And that variance is how far that house from evaluation moved away from the average 4.3% that's happening across the market. The fact that this house paid more in 2016 has no impact on the total amount of property taxes that the city collected in 2016. The city is still collecting in total from all residential houses an equal amount of money, only increased by the new growth. I'll take another example. So if we take where the property variance or growth is less than the average of 4.3, and there was no growth. So we're looking at this one here where the assessment in 2015 would have been 331, and it's still the same in 2015. So there was no growth in terms of assessment for this one. And we apply the same logic. They would have paid 1,880 in 2015. They would have paid less in 2016. And so the same logic applies where the total amount of property taxes that the city collected remains the same, and each property is varying based on how they have moved away from the average that's induced by the buying and selling of properties in the city of Nanaimo. So what are the key points? The 0% increase means there's no change to the amount of property taxes collected for city functions in total. Any change in tax amounts paid will depend on the change to a property assessment value relative to the average change of 4.3%. And I've just demonstrated that piece right now. So I also pointed out in one of my earlier slides that the city does collect taxes for other agencies, and those changes we cannot speak to or for. And here we're just addressing the municipal portion of our property taxes. So in short, I hope that explains why a 0% property tax increase is not a 0% property tax increase for everyone. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you very much, Victor, for your presentation. I hope the residents of Nanaimo understood how that worked. I do have a concern, I think I expressed it to you, is our tax notices are very small and our actual tax information that you highlighted in yellow is buried in the middle. I don't understand, since we make that format, why we can't put our taxes at the top, bold, bigger, so people can see what they're actually paying for the city of Nanaimo taxes and not this other stuff. I don't really care how small the other stuff is, but for the part that we control, it'd be great that that was at the top. So I don't know if that's possible, if that's just something that we can change. And something else I would like to see is a change from year to year, from what last year the rates were percentage-wise to this year, so somebody can compare when you buy a new house. You know, if you're not familiar with what you had, it's just easier than digging back to your old assessment from last year, and you can actually see it on there. It seems like we have enough column space that we can do previous years for more information, or a sidebar like BC Hydro does in the last 5 years, or 5 months or 4 months or whatever they do, so you can actually see what your tax rates are, and that's going to give people a comparison. Great. Thank you.
There's opportunities for us to improve on the presentation, especially on the tax bill, and also looking at how we can provide comparisons from year to year. Obviously, the example you give of BC Hydro, you can at any given time see a chart of comparing where you are last billing cycle and this cycle, and those are things we'll look into going forward. But changing the way the information is ordered on the tax bill is an easy one for us to work on.
Thank you.
Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Mima. If one question, would you be able to place this on our city website for those people that didn't have the opportunity to see this or have access to it, other than they can go online, of course, and watch this presentation again? But I'm just wondering if you could put that in print format on our website somewhere so people can make reference to this as well. Appreciate that if you could.
The presentation was posted this afternoon, and we'll try and make it post it in a place where people can easily see it without getting into all these other pages. So it's already posted.
Thank you. Councillor Kep.
Thank you very much. I like the one column in there that said the houses are going up in value by about 4.3%. That means our community's value is improving. Now, there's a concern for me when it gets too high that people can't buy in or it's hard to afford housing. But the fact that our housing stock is growing in value helps our community too. So I appreciate that. And I guess the thing that people are always confused about that is that we have a valuation and then we have so much money we have to raise. And so we create that, what used to be called the mill rate, or the per 1,000 mill. 1,000, the per 1,000 rate is set at a rate so we can get that money. And as we said, as if our valuations go up in our houses, it doesn't necessarily mean that the taxes will go up. It adds to our value. So I really appreciate the information. One other thing, Proposition 13 in California was struck a lot of years ago, where it said when you buy your house, that's your tax rate for life. And if you buy in 10 years later, then your tax rate is that 10-year setting. And I know that protects elderly people and some people in their housing. So if you're on the beach of Malibu and you've been there for 25 years, you're paying the tax rate from them, and the people next to you now are paying a lot more. So it does protect people that are in their homes, and I don't know if it's how we could look at something like that, but really appreciate the information on the taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See no further questions. Receipt. The receipt. Seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item is the Mayor's report. Well, it's been a busy couple of weeks, as everyone probably knows. On May the 28th, I attended the Shake Zone cottage up at Woodgrove. That little cottage is mounted on a trailer. It simulates an 8.0 for 30 seconds, an earthquake for 30 seconds. In actual fact, it's quite astounding. If you ever get a chance to go through it, you should. However, we have to remember that if going from 8 to 9 is 100 times greater in intensity, Nanaimo is expected to have a 9. West Coast Vancouver is expected to have a 9 for 3 minutes. So that was quite an education. there were a lot of people out there despite the fact that it was a rainy day. That day, I also went to a presentation at the City of Parksville. They actually mimicked our new immigrant welcome reception, and it was very, very good. There were about 40 new immigrants from out of the country to the City of Parksville. May 29th, first of two inspections. This one was for the 205 Collishaw Air Cadet Squadron. These people take very, very seriously the work they do. The cadets, they're quite amazing. They were all spit and polished that day, and they're very, very good at what they do. Also that day took in Paddlefest out at Departure Bay. It was very well received, and we saw all kinds of different displays out there that day. Unfortunately, the day before it had actually been canceled because of the weather. So they had to cram everything into one day, the Sunday. But it was a beautiful day to do so. May 31st, I believe I saw Councillors Brennan and Pratt out at the reopening of the Wellington School after its seismic upgrade. Amazing project. And almost 90% of the school looks like it's brand new. And the students were very, very proud of that. June 1st, I got to watch Fumblefingers Thorpe try and pour coffee out at the Tim Hortons Camp Day. The only thing that was worse than watching him was watching one of the policemen who kept spilling his cream everywhere. It was a great event. There was great support by a number of people in the community for that event, and it truly is a community event, no doubt about it. 4 of us attended FCM. While we couldn't all go to all of the workshops and study tours, the ones that I was involved with were under the general nature was, of course, continuing discussion about infrastructure and the Liberal government's their support of infrastructure at municipal level. I went on a number of different tours, including their downtown revitalization, their arts and public art, their active transportation. I also took in workshops including sponsorship, municipal broadband application, and disaster-proofing communities and outsourcing to in-house. What was very interesting about Winnipeg was the fact that their community that is very, they're not afraid to self-disclose. They will tell you what went right, what they've done wrong, and what they've learned from it. It was really, we saw some failures and we saw some crowning achievements out there. It was really quite amazing. Most communities don't want to do that. This last week I also attended, following that, 3 convocation ceremonies, as did 2 other councillors, Councillor Yoakum and Councillor Pratt. That was about 750 students that graduated from VIU this year. Very, very nice ceremonies, and everybody was very, very proud of themselves. I also attended the Chancellor's Dinner that night out at VIU at their cafeteria, come special dining room. That same night, I took in our 4th Pechacucha event down at the Port Theatre. It was Port Theatre. No, it was actually in this room here. It was in this room here. The place was full. It was absolutely 100% full. It was quite amazing. If you don't know what Pechacucha is, you've got 20 seconds to tell about 20 slides. And so you put the slides up on the board, and you've got 20 seconds to say everything you need to say about that. It's really quite an amazing presentation, and there were 9, I believe, that night. It was a very well received event, and it was in conjunction with the Royal Architects Conference that was here from across Canada. The next day, I attended the Chamber luncheon, and it's interesting. The Chamber of Commerce is also they're setting their strategic direction. That day, rather than hear a speaker, we actually had to do some work, and that was to start determining what their strategic direction would be based on the changes in the meaning of the Chamber's activities, how to provide the most benefit in a changing world with respect to their relevance and how they're used and what they're doing right and what they may want to change based on particularly new purchasing and buying habits of the consumer. That day, I also attended the Coast Bastion 30th anniversary. It's hard to believe the Coast Bastion's been here for 30 years. I wanted to thank the Coast Bastion Hotel the Coast Hotel Group for their belief in the community, and also the operating engineers for their belief in our community. If it hadn't been for the operating engineers pension fund, that hotel would not have been built. This last weekend, there was the Greater Nanaimo Pollution Control Center tour that was held out at the site on Hammond Bay Road. It's very interesting, the work that they're doing with respect to the outfall extension and the expansion. It was also RE/MAX Customer Appreciation Day here in Nanaimo, and there were hundreds and hundreds of people out there attending that event. The following day, it was the RCSCC Amphion, which is stationed out on 5th Street. That's the Sea Cadets. And it was their inspection. What was interesting was watching them trying to do their inspection and work with their band, their marching band, out in the middle of the pouring rain. It was really something to watch. Last Saturday night, we saw what happened in Orlando with the slaying of 50 people, and there were another 53 that are in hospital, and that death count will probably go up. The following day, it kind of subdued the celebration that we had in Nanaimo with our new Pride Festival, and it was there was a moment of silence, and we did in fact lower the flag in recognition, the pride flag in recognition of those people in Orlando. However, it was a celebration in Nanaimo, first ever. It was an amazing event, and I know, I believe Councillor Councillor Brennan, Councillor Kipp, Councillor Fuller, and myself were in that parade. It was a whole lot of fun. It was a long day. But I also wanted to say, at the end of the day, I actually went to again, here's a plug for the Queens, went to the Queens, and I was absolutely amazed. It was Sunday afternoon blues jam. That place is packed on Sunday afternoons. It's just amazing the number of people that are down there in the middle of the afternoon enjoying some food and enjoying some good music and dancing and just having a great time. And apparently it's like that every single Sunday. So that's it for me, for my report. Thank you very, very much for indulging me. Next item, corporate services. Development permit number DP 982 at 1825 Summerhill Place. The purpose is for council to present council with 2 development permit applications for the comprehensive rental apartment development, where 2 apartments on abutting lots share a common parking court at 1825 and 1805 Summerhill Place. And we have a delegation, Mr. Dak Molnar, the Molnar Group, and Mr. David Ishit McGrath, architect, Wensley Architecture, and Mr. Dan Casey, traffic consultant, Boulevard Transportation Group. Gentlemen, please.
Thank you, councillors and Mayor, for seeing us today regarding this really important development for the city. Obviously, we all know, and we've spoken about this, we're not only growing in value here, but we're growing in population. And since we started doing business in the city of Nanaimo 5-6 years ago, we've seen a fundamental change in not only the type of community that it once was, and where it's emerging. And we see this community as becoming, the capital, if not already, of the island. And it has much more employment and people diversity than it once had. What we did, and the reason why we originally came here, was because we run studies as real estate rental developers on communities that need our housing. And the housing that we tend to provide is new market rental housing that accommodates working class citizens coming to a community and wanting to get involved but don't want to buy yet, so they rent from us, or elderly people who have lived in older, generally run down and very poor kept stock in the community. So when we found 5 years ago that Nanaimo had one of the worst rental stocks in the province, for sure on Vancouver Island, in terms of age and in terms of its viability for attracting, professionals and new and old residents. Basically, so a growing city needs new rental housing, which is exactly what this project is trying to provide. Since coming to this community, we've built 225 units so far delivered, and we have enjoyed doing business here in this community, and we plan to do business in this community for a long time. Out of those 220 units, we learned a few things along the way. Things that we learned were that not every renter has a car anymore. The days of everybody having a car is becoming more and more of a luxury, as the cost of ICBC insurance, vehicle penalties for road fines, and all the things combined make driving more and more of a luxury for the working class Canadian. So all those things said, we started to notice that there was falling parking ratios in our buildings. And we noticed that not all the stalls that we provided in our first building we built here were used. We applied then through the city for a second development, and we asked for a reduced parking ratio. We delivered that building just before Christmas, and it fully rented up, and the building all of the residents did not take all of the parking. So we're facing a new thing. In addition to that, we did provide 2 car shares for that building, which I think have been received quite well by the community, although I don't have anything concrete on that. But from what I've understood, they are functioning and working in the community. So we depend on the expertise of our own research and our own developments, as well as the research of our consultants. And we've done extensive studies and spent quite a bit of dough on this, and we've discovered that the parking ratios set by the city currently are a little high for rental housing than are being realistically used as we deliver buildings into the community here. My last comment is that part of the reason why we enjoyed so much doing business here in Nanaimo was because of the expedience and the very quick moving process from staff all the way through to council and in the end to getting our permits. This development, unfortunately, has suffered as a result of, I'm not sure, but we're 4 or 5 months behind our original process, and we're really not asking for much more than we asked for and received at the building 50 feet to the south. Anyways, thank you for letting me speak.
Good evening, Mayor McKay, councillors, staff members. My name is David Chase McGrath. I'm the project architect on this project. I'd like to kind of walk you through very quickly through the site plan and just kind of show you some of the constraints that we had to deal with. On the site plan that we have behind you and probably on your monitors, we have to address right now in the left-hand side of the page is Dufferin Road. We're also then seeing Summerhill Place, and then there's a pedestrian route that ties the town site road to Summerhill. What we were kind of directed by planning to do is to make sure we had street presence, not only on Dufferin, but also on Summerhill Place, and also the pedestrian route and town site. So that, in sense, kind of created, made us place the buildings where you see them right now and have an internal, which created, I guess, to hide the parking spaces. Okay. We had two separate buildings, and in order, one thing that DAC did not mention is because this is a rental unit or rental units we had to make the pro forma work, and that meant having a certain amount of units to be able to rent to meet the pro forma. We were able to get that by doing the configurations that we've shown in here. The challenge was parking. It was trying to meet the numbers that we had. Can we change to the next slide, please? The other challenge was the grading. When you go out there, you actually don't see it, but there's about a 26-foot difference from going from Dufferin down to town site. And in order to keep the buildings in 4 stories and not go over that, this was the best configuration to have. We also, and I'll let Jim Partlow, our landscape architect, speak to this, but a lot of care was given to what the interior views would be. So we added mature trees, and he can speak a bit to that. We also, if you see on the last section there, in order to get as many, we initially came in with 0.86 and parking per unit. We were going back and forth with planning, and we were able to find more by adding a structured parking in that area. Unfortunately, that's as much as we could do, considering the difference in grade that we had from one end to the other. So we did try pushing the parking as much as we could. Next slide, please. I'll read some of the numbers for you on this. I do recap it in when I start talking about the variance parking. Is the 10 minutes just total, all of us, or was individual?
It's supposed to be.
Okay, I'll try to speed it up as much as I can. We're proposing, if I can actually get into the next one, and this is not so important, I do cover it, just the aesthetics of it and what we chose, because we did the building right next door, 1820. It came out, in my opinion, a great success on it. It's fully rented out, and I think it looks fantastic as you're going by. It was more of a modern look to it. Now, we didn't want to have that same element going across town site and then also facing from south. So we decided to do more of an arts and crafts feel. We have bay windows in here. As you see, some of the variances we were asking for, and similar to that building that we completed, was the height. So we did vaulted spaces to get a little bit more interest in roof lines. Did bay windows. We decided to do gable roofs in this and do a solid grounding massing on the ground floor, providing large balcony spaces for outdoor use, as well as the patio spaces, and very lush landscaping. So I'm just going to read this out, and I'm going to cover some of it. I'll skip over, but we're proposing a rental housing project of 177 units with 2 4-story apartment buildings. Summerhill 2, which faces town site, contains 90 units, and Summerhill 3 contains 87 units, which faces Dufferin and goes along the Summerhill. We have worked with city staff, planning department, to address all but one of their concerns. So we did go through the DAP process, and a lot of the variances that you're seeing that we're asking for the setbacks were received, and we addressed them. As per my recent conversation with Mr. Gary Noble, the planning department would not be able to support us on the application because of the parking variance being proposed. It's my understanding that all the other aspects that is shown as variances were acceptable to them, and they would be able to support those. Current building bylaws require us to have 1.66 per unit. That's regardless of whether we have a micro unit, which we are proposing in this, which is 325 square feet, studios, or even 2-bedroom units. It was all just lumped into the same. It's an agreement, at least when talking to Bruce Anderson or to Gary during this process, that we felt that was very high. And I know that it's been an ongoing review and discussion about bringing those numbers down, similar to a lot of other municipalities. So we decided that it was too high and to meet the type of development, and this number needed to reflect the realities of today. My clients, the Molnar Group, and Dak spoke just earlier, retained a well-respected transportation group. I'm sure that you've heard of them in Boulevard. I believe now you're called what? Transportation Group. To come up with their recommendation. They came up with actually 0.74, and I'll let them speak to their approach of how they came up with those numbers. It's just, my understanding is that it's taking similar conditions, similar developments, looking at their numbers, and also comparing it to ICBC numbers that are provided for them. Although we feel comfortable with the expert recommendation of our consultant, over the last 6 months, we've worked with the city to provide a number closer to the 1.06 that they were looking for. The ratio 1.06 was the exact number that we had on Summerhill, and Summerhill 1, which is a project right next door. We are aware of the public's and the city's concern regarding the amount of parking in that area. My clients, they obviously don't want to add to that. It's not good for their business. So we looked very carefully about, since we were building there for about 14 months, we took into account and looked at the parking areas. I asked a lot of photographs, which we had a bit of some technical difficulties. I would have shown you some photographs of what we've taken during certain times of the day and certain days of the week. And what we find, that over the 14, the majority of the street parking is due to really inadequate parking that was, in my opinion, for some of the commercial ventures out there. We've also saw staff that park in there for quite a while and get in their green scrubs and go up to the hospital because they're allowed to park there for as long as they want, for 12 hours in some cases. We also saw staff or patrons from the Tim Hortons or commercial strips that would park their cars there. We suspected staff because they would stay there for 6 or 7 hours. Although I'm not familiar with the parking enforcement regulations, I did bring up to planning saying, well, is there any way that you can police that, or whether you put a 2-hour parking restriction on there and then follow up with enforcement for citations, and maybe that's a way to look at it. Putting more parking restrictions onto a rental property, I don't think would address those issues that you currently have right now. Additionally, business hours, it's different during the business hour days. The streets are quite packed. In the evenings, though, you can see quite a lot of empty spaces on the street. And as you see from our experience and the numbers that we did get from the management company currently running the Summerhill at 820, that we don't have full capacity in the parking area. This is comparing 1820 to the current proposal. As stated before, the city staff is recommending that we provide a 1.06 parking ratio similar to our previous project. I suspect that the rationale was it seems to work for that development, so this should be acceptable for this one. We don't agree with that assumption. In our opinion, there are significant differences between the two residential projects that merit its own assessment. So I did put down the numbers here for it. We have, in the other building, there's a total of 103 units. 8% of those are studio. And this is an important point because out of those 8, only 4 of those residents have cars. Okay?
Sir, we're going to have to move you along. I know that council would like to hear your traffic consultant as well.
Okay.
You're already at 13 minutes.
I sure will. I'll just wrap it up right now then. The change to the new proposal is that we're proposing 36% of those as smaller units, and we suspect maybe 60% of them will have cars. We've also, on top of that, our clients have asked or provided, or at least offered, that they would do 6 of the 12 micro units put a covenant on it so that they would not have. Okay. This development is proposing to have, it has a full indoor bicycle storage areas, and it's a 7 minutes walk for 2 different bus lines. It is, right now as a neighborhood, it's kind of all, it's inclusive. It has everything that you need around there, and what they're trying to get is the working class that doesn't need to use a car. I think this is an important development for rental for the city of Nanaimo. I know that there right now is low rental vacancies, and we'd like your support on it.
Thank you.
Minutes?
Just by consent, council, do we have any issue with? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Dan Casey, transportation planner with Boulevard Transportation. For you. You've probably seen some of our we've done a fair number of them. I'll just walk you through quickly the work that we did on this project. So the basis for it is vehicle ownership information that we acquired from ICDC. So we take 10 what are considered representative type sites. Rental, somewhat urban, but not necessarily downtown. We gather the divide them by the number of units in those buildings. So the 85th percentile, from what we found, with study sets, was 100%. So this is above the average. With 0.68 vehicles per unit. Anything else for residents, we add on another Expectation is in the range of 0.74, which is coming in under what the proposed number is, about 0.93. Couple things sort of specific to the site that matter in a reduced parking scenario. Rental versus ownership. So this is rental. So we've done a fair amount of work with rental sites and also with condo ownership sites. And generally, rental sites, all things being equal, are in a range of 30% below what ownership would be. So this was sort of a surprise to me when I first started out as well. But it's what we found. It's what research has found as well. And the other thing of value here is that we're a high proportion of bachelors and one bedroom. Bachelors are in 75 to 80% parking demand of what a one-bedroom experience is, and a one-bedroom is another 2-bedroom experiences. So I guess that's the Coles notes of what we produce. I'll be here to answer questions. We've done a ton of similar type projects. We've done a lot of work on municipal parking regulations as well. So happy to share some insights if anyone has any questions.
Thank you. I've got a question for you. It looked as though at 1.06, Summerhill 1 was pretty close, a little bit of overcapacity. What about the crest on town site? What was our number on that one? I can't remember. Do we remember? And what's the experience been there?
Crest was the parking ratio was higher. That building had a much higher mix of 2-bedroom, and it even had 3-bedroom units in it. So we were seeing a different type of resident there. I can't speak, I don't want to misquote, but I believe it was 1.2 per, and there were many, many spots. And still today, if you go to the Crest in the evening, on a weeknight, you'll see that the Crest doesn't have a full parking lot.
Great, thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm not really sure who I should be addressing this to, but I think the traffic guy. That would be you, I think, yeah. The report that we have, do you have the report that we have?
I do.
Okay. On page 5 at the top, it says that staff conducted an on-site review over 4 weekdays to investigate whether the reduced parking ratio at Summerhill 1 is functioning or causing spillover into the street. Staff observed that Summerhill 1 appears to be consistently generating 15 to 20 vehicles that use on-street parking. Is that consistent with what you are telling us?
We haven't looked recently at on-street parking, what's going on around them. That's not what the numbers that we generate.
You would have rejected few. You would have expected fewer or
There's always
none.
going to be guarantee that, but we would have rejected
15 to 20 then seems higher than you would have expected in Summerhill 1. It just gives me pause to think what we might expect in the other ones then with an even lower ratio.
Running our own studies as we're there 5 days a week on the shack is we're getting ready. There are a ton of evening workers at the hospital that park on the street, and unless the staff are following these people directly to their employment, it's hard to say whether that's spillover from Summerhill or not. And we're being a little bit unfairly targeted by some. Tim Hortons is open late. There are a few fast food places. The grocery store is open late. And there's no parking around that retail, like none. And so people walk, and they park on the street at nighttime in front of the building. And because you can park there for 2 days if you wanted. There's no regulation, there's no signs, and there's no enforcement. And that, I think, is up to council and the mayor to make decisions about how parking is regulated in a city that's 100,000 people. We have town now, and most parking policy that doesn't allow people to park for days and days and days. We think that most of the overflow that you may have seen is direct result of the employment. And the hospital, as we all know, doesn't shut down. There's employees there 24 hours a day.
Can I ask one more question? And I think it's for the architect, because I think I'm quoting you. I think you said that you were considering maybe asking the micro units to sign a covenant, and then just sort of trailed off, and you didn't exactly say what the covenant was. Was that covenant to have no car?
The covenant was that 6 of the 12 micro units that we're proposing would have on title that whoever resides in there would not be given a parking space and would not have a car. So it would be for people with bicycles or using that.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
I'm just looking at some of the numbers and the totals, and I noticed staff have talked about the overflow. I noticed that the Hospital Area Neighborhood Association has talked about the overflow. They've been there in the evenings. They've seen the original one parking lot full, spillover on the street. Whether they hung around long enough to see if it was employees on the street or not, or whether some of the businesses might actually have been using the complex as parking lot, I don't know. All I know is I see huge amounts of on-street parking, and we're constantly giving variances on parking. And I constantly hear people are going to take more transit. People are going to walk more. People are going to do this more. Yet we continue to see on-street parking. Some of our subdivisions, you can get one vehicle through because of the on-street parking. That's not businesses. Whether this is or isn't, you talked about 12 micro units, 6 of them that would be covenanted. So out of 177 total, that would leave 171 units that could potentially have a vehicle. Or 2 vehicles. So I'm not saying they will. I like what staff has said. They want to give you a bit of a variance on the parking, but not to the extent you're asking for. And if I could, through to staff, you mentioned in your report about the overflow as well. So is there any way to determine whether that overflow was from Summerhill 1 or whatever it is or not?
Through your worship, Councillor Fuller, I think part of the way I'd start to answer that question is to remind council that when we did Summerhill 1, and that opened late last year, early this year, I believe. So relatively small sample size that we're talking about. And when we did that project, we recommended to council at that time a variance of the 1.06. So a fairly significant variance from our current bylaw of 1.66. And part of the rationale is that we would take some time to monitor that situation and that development and help that to inform us as we move forward with some changes to our parking bylaw. So I would say at this point, we're relatively new building. We're only a few months in, so we've had a small time to observe it. But during those sample times when staff were out there, these were the recommendations that came back. These are what we noted. Maybe with a longer sample time over an entire calendar year, we might get different results. But in the short term, these are our results, and as such, we're being somewhat conservative in our recommendations.
Thanks, and a follow-up to staff, and yet you're willing to make almost the same recommendation for this, giving them a variance to 1.06 as well, which to me makes sense. I fear we will still have overflow parking on the streets. I totally do. The reality is not everybody walks, not everybody takes the bus. That's the reality. The way I look at it, it might be a little bit naive, but, we're also looking at community gardens, et cetera, You put in the extra spaces if they aren't used, put some wood up around them and make community gardens for the people that are in the apartments, and then they can get some free food out of the deal too. So the community benefits no matter how, whether you use the parking or not. So at this point, unless I hear something major, in the next few minutes. I'm gonna support staff on this one.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Summerhill 2 and 3, 177 units upon completion, correct? How many guest parking spaces are there on site? 7? Thank you. On top of, or, so that's inclusive of what you're asking for? Thank you.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. Somewhere in this report, and I can't find it right now, I think it said that in order to meet the number of 1.06, or the specific number at the end of the equation, that you would need to shave off 9 units? Is that?
Yeah.
Yes, Jerry says yes. It's on page 28. Yeah, so the primary implication for the applicant to meet the parking ratio supported by staff would be a reduction in the numbers of units by 9 dwelling units. How much of an impact is that on your ability to proceed with this?
Substantial impact, and something I didn't talk about, and conscious, was that land values are all over the province, but Vancouver Island is not immune to what we're seeing in the Lower Mainland now. And the truth of the matter is that as land values start to go higher and higher, and rents can only go so high, and the development cost charges that the cities charge are going up as well. And there is, in the city of Nanaimo, compared to other regional areas in the province, you guys are in the higher range. So you start to talk about cost, and if you reduce the project by 9 units and add the DCC, that you're talking about $3 million more value, which is roughly twice what we paid for the land. So it becomes very punitive. So you imagine our DCC and the loss of these units higher value than we paid for the property. So property value is your first line item on a construction. So usually the biggest cost. So yes, it's punitive against the development. In our opinion, it hurts it more than it helps it.
So I just want to be able to get this straight. The 1.06 worked for Summerhill 1 because and won't work for 2 and 3, or is not necessarily the best number for 2 and 3 because you have smaller units, less people, less likely to require cars, more likely to use public transportation.
Right, correct. And not to disagree with Councillor Fuller, but people still drive. Yes, I know people who live in studio apartments who are on lower incomes are not driving. And the more people that we attract of those nature, we are finding less and less cars. It's my opinion that there'll be 10 of the 12 micro units we're providing will not have cars.
Yeah.
Also the studio units. Those people are also increasingly taking the bus.
Yeah.
And living near work, choosing us.
And I have to say that our transportation master plan is a really good guide for council to use when we're making these kinds of decisions. I think I said this last time you were here, and we can't just have these master plans and then ignore them, particularly now when we know that there's federal money out there for such things as transportation, et cetera. So you make a compelling argument.
Thank you. Councillor Hong.
Thank you. A couple of questions, I guess, for the delegation and some for staff, if you don't mind, sir. Thank you. What were the unit numbers again for number 1? Like, as opposed to micro units, studio units, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, etc.
For number 1, we had 8% were studio, 62% were 1 bedrooms, and 30% were 2 bedrooms.
Do you got numbers?
I can easily calculate that out for you. Yeah, 500. So 8 units were studio, 62 units were 1 bedrooms, and then 30 about 2 bedrooms.
Okay, so the new projects are a lot less, two-bedroom units, and, okay, perfect.
6% are studio and if I could go through this for you. And one 16% two-bedroom units, so half of the amount that we were proposing for two-bedroom.
Great, thank you. And then, nothing right now, but Chair, through you to staff, if I may. When staff observed the 15 to 20 vehicles, what's the capacity on that street for parking? Like, if we have 15 to 20 now, how many more can the street possibly take? I think is the question that I would like to know, because if we're expecting, even giving the ratio of 1.06, and we're going to expect another 30 to 40, how many more can the street actually take?
Your Worship, I'll turn that over to Mr. Foy to attempt to answer.
Thank you.
So because we were trying to observe, we were trying to figure out how much parking demand was being generated by Summerhill 1 and Summerhill 1 alone. We did the observations late at night on weekdays that were quiet, that people aren't out. So this is sort of Sunday night through Wednesday after 9 o'clock. You're trying to catch people at home when they don't have visitors. So at that point, it's a bit tough to tell because the street has a whole bunch of cars clustered around Summerhill 1, but to be honest, the rest of the street's relatively empty. And then during the middle of the day, when you see occupancy not at 100%, but getting quite high, you can't really identify who's who at that point. As you made the point, during the day, it's really difficult to tell unless you start doing license plate traces and things like that. So it's a bit more difficult.
And a follow-up on that one, when you observed these vehicles, did you also observe the parking lot then of the unit, or were they full and then it was overflow? Or because the design of these, if I lived on the first floor in town site, I wouldn't park in the parking lot. I park on town site and walk right into my unit. Why would I drive around to Dufferin and Summerhill and through the parking lot? I'll park on town site road. My unit is right in front of me. So when you give me a number of 15 to 20 vehicles on the street, how is that relative to the parking lot right now? Like at the time of observation, was it full? Did they have empty spots? Because that doesn't say that in our report.
So maybe if it's possible to pass that to the applicant, because I think they provided us some information. They took a snapshot on a certain day, I think it was about a month ago, and they let us know what percentage of the units had been rented out and what was the remaining stock of parking spaces they have in the parking lot. And I also believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you're charging a certain amount of money if you want a parking space. So if you do have a parking space, you have an incentive to use it, in the sense that if you just want to park on the street anyways, you might as well not pay for the parking spots. So if you are paying for it, you probably want to make use of it.
So just to give you the numbers there, the total parking that was provided was 109, but that included visitor parking, 6 of them, and 2 car share lots on that. Out of those, and the rentable units was 101 of those spaces. The total rented at that point in May, which we were 90% or 95% rented out, was only 90. So there was a vacant spots of 11 parking spaces to that. And the 2 car shares, I'm really hoping that program will take root, but we're seeing very little use right now on it. It is slowly growing. But we found that the Mullers provided $41,000 towards, I think it's called the NIMO car share. And the first month, I think it was used once. One of the cars was used once. Second month, it was then twice. But I think it's staying down.
Okay, thank you. Nothing for. Thank you.
Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. Interesting exchange for sure. Did I hear you just say 6 guest parking spaces? for Summerhill 1, and then we're going to have 7 for Summerhill 2 and 3 combined. Okay, and also you are clearly charging for the asphalt for a parking space, which you are 95% sold out of the units. Okay.
Yeah.
The building is now, give or take, 1 or 2 units of turnover a month, 100% leased, I believe.
Thank you. And is it possibly reasonable to assume, because so much is just on assumption, that people won't have a car if they live in a micro unit? If we're drawing that into an urban environment such as Vancouver, I would get that. If we're talking about Nanaimo, which I still consider to be a little bit rural moving towards urban, the numbers might change or fluctuate a little bit, I think. But that said, when we're speaking to staff's recommendation to what you're asking for, and looking at the global piece of property, the Summerhill 1 and the unit beside it, and you made some references to the mainland and Vancouver, and would you be getting in Vancouver 170 parking spaces on a right? And if we're moving toward being a more urban, large capital of Vancouver Island, we may have to start thinking about the impact of property turning into asphalt for parking and not below ground parking in a more significant manner. Because I do think property is dear, and I do think that property is becoming extremely valuable, and I get that they're 35 to 40 grand a spot below as opposed to the surface. I get it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. No further questions. Motion to receive the delegation. Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. I do have some questions for staff. It says that in addition to denying the development permit for the purpose of allowing parking to be provided between the front property line and front face of the building and reduce the number of parking spaces from 132 to 74, there's also a number of items here which include variances to the front yard setback, maximum building height, increase in percentage of front building face setback. Those are all still on the table as being staff's recommendation to deny.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that's an important point of clarification. That at the end of the day, this is, from a strictly urban design perspective, a project that staff strongly support. It's the type of development in the place we want it. And the majority of the variances that are actually proposed as part of this package, staff are also supporting. So in terms of the ones you mentioned, the height, the setbacks, the only issue with this application is the parking variance. But unfortunately, staff can't support a development permit but not support one of the key variances requested in it. It's an all or nothing proposition. So at this point, our recommendation is to deny the development permit, but based solely on the parking variance request.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brennan.
That was my question. How would we do that? Okay.
Councillor Hong.
Have we moved anything yet? Should we do that before we have a discussion, or?
Yeah, certainly. Would you like to move it?
Yep. I actually want to move that we approve the development permit DP 982 at 125 Summerhill Place and development permit DP 992 at 1085 for Summerhill Place. If I can get a seconder, I'll speak to approving.
Seconded by Councillor Brennan. Go ahead, Councillor
Thank you. I think that area is moving towards an urban node. Everything is within that area. People are walking more. What we notice that these are smaller units, and what they are attracting are the younger demographics of the micro units that they don't need to drive. We're having an issue in the hospital area anyway. Sooner or later, council's going to have to take an approach on what we're going to do with parking. Whether it's going to be 2-hour something. I think we're almost at the tipping point where the other areas in this neighborhood around the hospital are complaining about too many cars being on the street. So I think we're going to have to look at that area, just like the BC Ferries, same area, that we're going to have to do something with bylaws and with parking enforcement in that area. And I understand that there is no signs. Maybe there should be. I think that's just going to be a discussion amongst us. 177 total units of rental units, plus what we approved on Third and all these other ones that are coming up on rental. I don't think they're going to fill it, but that's just my personal opinion. They might have other plans. So I can't see this being a huge concern over 9 units, I think, is with staff recommendation. So it's more or less 9 parking stalls. And unless they have a business plan, I'm not familiar with whatever else we have going on in that area and everything else, and we're improving a lot more development. I don't have a problem with that number. It's come up, like I said, I think we got the letter from the neighborhood association, but it's referencing 0.88. It's already changed to 0.93, so I think that letter that we got from them was a little bit out of date as well. Question through the staff, though. This money that we get from DCCs, I know that last week we had a discussion about sidewalks, and that was in the work plan for 2018, and if we were to expedite, could we use this money from DCCs? Like, was this money or the sidewalk, your plan, anticipated from this money, or was it just, is this new money where I'm saying that we can use to get those sidewalks done expedited?
Through your worship to Councillor Hong, DCC bylaws are based on specific projects that are identified at the time the bylaw is created. So they're typically larger projects like intersection constructions or upgrades, road widening. Small projects like sidewalk infills are not typically DCC projects. So I do not believe that portion of Dufferin is a DCC project. So that would come from general revenue if council wished to complete that section of sidewalk.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I can't support Councillor Hong's motion or his viewpoint. I do support this development, and I'm sure the developers are responsible. I don't have qualms in that regard, but the parking issue to me is something that is just too severe that I could support a variance to the extent that they require. And I thank Mr. Lindsay for explaining that this isn't an all or nothing approval. I could go along with the other variances. I could go along with the staff recommendation to a variance of 1.06, but I can't support a variance to 0.93. We're told that the first unit already is causing a spillover of 15 to 20 vehicles. And I've heard nothing that satisfies me that we'll just be exacerbating this problem if we allow this degree of variance. So although I sympathize with the developers and I hope we can find a way for them to go ahead with this project, it won't be with my support for that parking variance in that neighborhood of the city, especially right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
I have to agree with Councillor Hong on one thing, but just one thing. We are having an issue in the hospital area with parking anyway. My answer to that is, why compound it? by adding even more of an issue with parking in the hospital area at this point. I like the development. I can go along with all the other variances. Councillor Hong mentioned that Hannah used the 0.88 stalls, blah, blah, blah thing, but what he didn't mention was the 1 sentence that they did use. Although I spoke against the variance as a delegate before council, and we have noticed their parking lot is full in the evenings with spillover onto Summerhill Place. Full in the evenings. So whether it's 0.88, 1.6, which it was with Finally, it's full in the evenings. And I see no reason to figure the other two won't be, unfortunately. I would love to see people take transit. I would love to see people bike ride more. Yes, there's all the stuff in that neighborhood that people could use, but unfortunately, I don't think there's the jobs in that neighborhood to support all of the people in that neighborhood. And so people are going to need cars, sadly, at this time. I will support all of the other variances, but this one I can't support on the parking. Surely there is a way that this can be worked out. I'm sure there is. We had a major development on 3rd Street. They came back, they talked to the neighborhood, they came back with a bit different of a proposal, and we approved it. And we approved it in quicker than the 6 months that they were given to do this, because they had talked to the community, they had come back. So we allowed them to come back in 3 months as opposed to the 6. So hopefully that can be done with this one. Thanks.
Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. I have to admit that this particular area is a real challenge in terms of parking with the hospital. There's no doubt about that. It's been reiterated by several of us now. I was going to say something about the parking in Phase 1. They had said that there were still 11 stalls that were not rented out. And so that makes me wonder why the parking lot was full at night. And if it isn't rented, if they aren't rented out and they're not full at night, is that just because it's cheaper to park on the street and people are taking advantage of that? And would something change if we put a 2-hour parking in there? And you certainly wouldn't be getting people from the hospital who are working at the hospital parking on that street, which by the sounds of it is an issue as well. And I understand that parking is a real challenge for people in that area. It's just a bit of a zoo all around that area. And so I have to agree that adding to that problem doesn't really make sense to me.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. I do support this. I seconded the motion. I think that the time has come that we have to take some bold steps if we're going to really begin to address climate change. And it really does start in our neighborhoods. I mean, I think that might be a cliche, but I think that it's true. Maybe 8 or 9 years ago, we were desperate for rental housing. There simply wasn't any, there was no money for it, and nobody was investing in it. And that's changing now. The other thing we recognize is we know we need to take steps to develop affordable housing in all of our cities across the province. By building rental housing that is smaller, that includes more studios than 2 bedrooms, and very few 3 bedrooms. We're starting to do that. We're starting to create a housing stock that will become affordable for people, and there will be the movement from other housing into that. freeing up housing. I think that we have an opportunity here to make some really bold moves, and perhaps we need to look at the parking regulations there. Perhaps we need to do that. Most bigger cities have those kinds of restrictions where people live. We've been reluctant to do it. I think maybe we need to start looking at it, particularly because we are faced with this sort of global issue that we know we have to start dealing with in our neighborhoods. We say, oh, people don't need to drive, but they do anyway. Well, what we need to do as leaders, we need to start encouraging them to use transit, to use bikes, to do what the mayor talked about, the workshop he went to in Winnipeg, the active transportation. We need to make those things possible. We need to make bike lanes, better pedestrian spaces, and start to restrict parking, put our parking in different places. We need to do that. We need to start doing it. This is not a bad place to start. We have our councillor Sid on the Regional District Transit Committee. So there is opportunity for us to have some weight in that issue regionally around adding transit. So we should be looking at that. But when we don't do any of those things and we just say, nope, not enough parking, and we use sort of outdated numbers, not that our staff hasn't been flexible, but currently it is what, 1.66 is the standard. We need to review that. I can remember standing in front of council 20 years ago talking about the council had set a certain number of car spaces for low-income housing, and I was pleading with council to ditch some of the parking and put in places where people could park their strollers, put in places where people could put their bikes. We need to continue with that kind of thinking, that this is a time of change, and this is our opportunity as leaders to implement some of that change. And but it can't be alone. We've got to review the parking situation. We've been saying we're going to do it for a long time. I suspect we're getting a report soon. But I think that, you know, we are going to be pushed by the development community to start looking at these things differently, start embracing moving people out of their cars. And I think we should quit accommodating this constant accommodation of cars and start to encourage alternate forms, active forms of transportation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bestwick, you've spoken on this one already, haven't you?
No, Councillor Brennan has twice. I haven't yet.
Did you ask the delegation
I asked the
question?
delegation questions,
Yep.
but I haven't spoken to the motion that's on the floor.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Would you wish for me not to speak?
No. Go ahead, please.
Could you please, question to staff, inform me what formula we used for 177 units to determine what the appropriate number of guest parking spaces would be?
So, Your Worship, it is a number that's established in our bylaw, and it's a ratio based on the number of units. And I'm sorry, I don't have the bylaw in front of me, but I think it's, I'm going to get it wrong, but I think it's 1 per 25 units, for example. I can look that up for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. 1 to 25. I think that the mention has been made about the area and the compounding impact of the growth and the density on both sides of the property specific, and we've had countless concerns registered about parking in and around the hospital area. I could not agree more that we need to start contemplating how we're going to deal with that. And one of those areas to deal with parking is underground parking. I completely understand that it's cost sensitive, but it does address on-street parking to some degree. I could not agree with Councillor Hong more. If I didn't have to pay for a parking spot and I could park on the street, I probably would take my chances and then see how it worked out or didn't work out. Also, the studios, which I don't think are a bad idea, I think they're a great idea, but if the studios are approximately 400 square feet and there's 2 of them, and there's 1 person in each, that's 2 people. If we have a 1-bedroom that's approximately 800 square feet, I have to assume that there's 2 people living in probably a 1-bedroom. I'm just guessing, but there might be 2 people living there. So in the 800 square feet, we probably have the same amount of occupants that we would have if the whole place was micro units. For me, it doesn't make a lot of sense why, and I heard the argument, and I think it was $3 million plus DCCs. That would be the impact and on going from to match the Summerhill 1 parking proposal, which is a considerable reduction as it is. And I think that that's fair, and I think it's a compromise, and I think it's reasonable. I don't think it's unreasonable to do the staff's recommendation, if you will, on that regard, in that regard of the number of parking spaces. So it's for those reasons and for that reason that I won't be able to support the motion of Councillor Hong.
Councillor Fuller.
I like the idea of making bold moves. I really like the idea of bold moves. Reducing from 1.66 to 1.06, that's a 36% reduction. That is a bold move. Reducing further, the way things are going, that might be pushing the envelope on bold moves. We've been making bold moves in this city on parking for years, and we've seen the results. Subdivisions with 1-lane traffic. These will be disaster areas if there is a major fire in that area. Fire trucks can't get through. Emergency services can't get through. Totally agree. We have to figure out ways to do this. City has a number of spaces on the regional district board. We've had those spaces for years. Transit still sucks. And people will agree that it sucks. There seems to be no will to change that on the RDN board. To me, part of changing transit, making it more viable, would be smaller buses for satellite routes. Ain't going to happen because they keep buying the large buses. You sit downtown, you watch buses go by with 1, 2 people on them all the time. People aren't using transit. The bike lanes, I drive up in that area all the time. I have seen in the past 6 months, driving in that area, 2 people in bike lanes. It isn't working. Can we force people to use bikes? Unfortunately, no. We aren't an urban center like Vancouver. We aren't an urban center like Victoria. We have a huge distance from end to end of our city. And that's a reality. And if you need to go from one end of the city to another, the reality is you could take a bus and spend an hour, or take a car and take 12 minutes. That's the reality. It's sad. We are making all the bold moves we need to, and I can't see us making any more. Surely, if I will not support this, and if the balance don't support this, I want to see it come back. I want to see some compromises made, but 36% to me is a huge and bold move in a reduction.
Councillor Kipp.
Thank you. Reducing parking spaces would not be, to me, it's a greenwashing compared to separating Greywater and Blackwater in this apartment with hundreds of units. That'd make a bold move. Demand that they do that. Demand that 10% of the units are fully accessible or more. That's a bold move. Reducing parking is, for me, it's a greenwash. And parking on the streets, what is the big deal with parking on the streets? Only if they're blocking people's driveways, and then phone a tow truck or the police and get them towed and get them ticketed. And it's a hassle if people park in front of your driveway. But every other places in the world, there's parking everywhere. You just park where you can, right? And Councillor Hong's right. If you don't have to pay for it, you're going to do it free. There is a concern when you have too many cars in the street, but that's a portion of our density, chasing tax requisition to fill this community. And our density in a few years out, 40 years out, you're worried about emergencies. 40 years out, when this housing stock is, jammed next to each other, way higher density, you're going to run into some problems. So if we want to be green, let's separate our water. Let's start charging people for their sewer going out and their garbage at the rates that it's supposed to be. Let's make our buses efficient, not just buy more big buses that honestly drive around empty. But I have a trouble supporting this big of a density because of the area. And I've been sitting here for about 9 years now talking about all the trouble of parking. And I hear about the trouble from a few people about the parking and the density of parking in that area. But I haven't heard of it causing accidents, death, and mayhem and destruction. It's just that somebody wants a parking spot for themselves. When that parking spot's full, that's what they're mad about. But I think this is too big of a variance. I get 132 and 161 be our typical, and they're going down, 293 to 164. That's a 55% factor. That's way too low for me. Because, as everyone said, with the hills in the community, with the lineal community, it's hard to bike around. And if you're doing business in town, you can't bike all over Nanaimo. If you live downtown and work in an office, you can do all your stuff here. You can bike in, bike out. It's really nice. But if you're running around town doing business, you need parking spots. Thank you. I can't support the massive variance.
Thank you. I see no further speakers. I'd like to just add that I will support the motion that's on the floor, and my reason for that is because the Molnar Group were the first group in decades that saw potential in Nanaimo. They couldn't even get lenders for the Crest, yet they went ahead with it with other financial partners, and they proved that it could be done. We've now seen, since that unit went ahead, we've seen them develop Summerhill 1. We've seen development at the north end of town when there hasn't been rental stock provided in Nanaimo for, as I say, decades. The Crest, too much parking based on the actual usage. Summerhill, a little bit too much. But the composition of these units between the Crest and Summerhill 1 and Summerhill 2 and 3 is very different. There's a lot more micro units here. So I'm going to support the motion as it stands. All right. Call the question. All those in favor? Oh, pardon me. Just a second. Mr. Lindsay?
Thank you, Richard. Sorry, just before you call the question, I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Bestwick's question, and I was wrong. It's not one stall per 22 space or 25. It's one stall per 22 parking spaces must be identified as visitor parking spaces. That's been the number in the bylaw for many years.
Great, thank you. Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Bestwick, Thorpe, Fuller, Kip, opposed. Motion is defeated on a tie. There you go. Next item. Development Variance Permit, DVP 288 at 2560 Bowen Road and 1900 Labio Road. The purpose is to present Council with a development variance permit application to exempt the construction of frontage works and services as part of a lot consolidation of 2560 Bowen Road and 1900 Labio Road. And it's requested that Council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 288. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Your Worship. We didn't vote on the main motion on the staff report on the previous one. We voted on Councillor Hong's motion and not the staff motion to deny.
We
Didn't make that motion.
didn't make that motion.
Right, exactly. So,
There's no recommendation to be voted on.
yes, I know, we didn't vote on the main motion that was in the agenda motion.
We didn't have to.
Okay.
Thank you. For a second time, Councillor Bestwick?
If I might just ask a question to staff, please, in that regard. That said, if a motion was required, there is a staff recommendation, and if we choose not to vote on it, does that reduce the time requirement to come back to council with a revised motion? Like if we vote on it and deny it, then there's 6 months. Is that correct for them to come back?
In the absence of you voting on the staff report, it remains unconsidered by council. So no time frame kicks into being. I think at this point we recommend that you leave it and we'll go away and consider what the implications are.
Thank you.
So, for the second time, anyone wishing to speak to DVP 288? And for the third final time, anyone wishing to speak to DVP 288? Seeing none, call the question.
Move staff's recommendation. Second.
Second, all right. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is Development Variance Permit DVP 289 at 3732 Glen Oaks Drive to present council with a development variance permit application for a heat pump located beside a single residential dwelling unit at 3732 Glen Oaks Drive. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 289. For the second time, anyone wishing to speak to DVP 289? And for the third and final time, anyone wishing to speak to DVP 289? Seeing none? Move the recommendation. Thank you. Moved. Seconded by Councillor Bestwick. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, property disposition at 1900 and 2200 Labio Road. The purpose is to obtain council approval for the sale of city-owned property at 1900 and 2200 Labio Road. Staff recommendation is on page 69. It's to approve the disposition and direct mayor and corporate officer to execute the necessary documents to effect the transaction. Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, E, bylaw contravention at Mildmay Road has been removed. Next one at Hickabron Road has also been removed. The next one is bylaw contravention notice at 2023 Cinnabar Drive. To obtain council authorization to proceed with the registration of a bylaw contravention notice on the property title at 2023 Cinnabar Road. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to 2023 Cinnabar Road. And for the second time, anyone wishing to speak to 2023 Cinnabar Road? And for the third and final, anyone wishing to speak to 2023 Cinnabar Road? Seeing none, can I have a motion moved, please?
Move staff's recommendation.
Move staff recommendation, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, bylaw contravention notice on secondary suites. To obtain council authorization to proceed with the registration of a bylaw contravention notice on the property title of the properties listed within the report. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read these all out. There's quite a few of them. There's a dozen of them. That on the following items. 423 Isgarth Street, unauthorized secondary suite. 3464 Blackfoot Way, illegal secondary suite. 112 Black Powder Trail, authorized secondary suite. 136 Black Powder Trail, authorized secondary suite. 5559 Cliffside Road, illegal secondary suite. 539 Fifth Street, authorized secondary suite. 3944 Gulfview Drive, authorized secondary suite. 325 Jade Avenue, authorized secondary suite. Pardon me, there's another one, 4060 Gulf Drive, as well as 3944. 2720 Lintlaw Road, illegal secondary suite. 3846 Tweedsmuir Crescent, illegal secondary suite. And 106 Wikisaya Avenue, illegal secondary suite. Is there anyone wishing to speak with respect to any of the properties listed?
Bill, I think you said 3846 Tweedsmuir, and it's 58, just to be.
5846 Tweedsmuir, thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak to any of the addresses that I've listed? Please. If we can have your name and address for the record and which property you're referring to, please.
I'm asking for number 559 Cliffside Road.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, can I request an extension of the time on the conservation notice on the title?
And for what reason, sir?
So actually, I got the inspector's notice 2 months ago. So it was written that I should either remove or upgrade the illegal suite amounts. So I have been spending time last 2 months to find a contractor to help me do this, and it took me a long time. And I see it's not like a couple of thousand things I can just get it solved. It's like 50 grand, so I cannot afford that. So by now I find a contract just today. It's willing to do this for me, and it was just the same day I got the contract signed. So it will be like it will be sent to the building inspector tomorrow. So I'm wondering if I can just get more time until I get the operate permit of the secondary suite.
Mr. Lindsay.
Your Worship, under Council's policy, all of these suites that are identified in the list here this evening existed prior to 2005. So under the policy, even if we proceed and have that suite authorized, permit taken out, the upgrades completed, the policy is still that there be a notice on title because there's elements of that suite that were built without a permit. So all of these units, if they're to remain, we're recommending that a notice be put on title.
It sounds like this one has a tremendous amount of remediation work to do.
If I understand the delegation, though, their intention is to retain the unit, do those life safety upgrades, and if that's the case, our recommendation is that the notice be put on.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
Oh, I'm sorry, nothing for this delegation, I'm sorry.
Councillor Fuller.
Mr. Lindsay, I guess.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you. To the delegation. So you understand that when we put a section 57 on there, it's going to get put on there anyways, even though you do the upgrades, right?
Yeah, so I know if I'm doing the upgrade, it will be a different notice on it. It will be illegalized, not legal.
Yes. Yeah, so it's going to be authorized. So it's still going to have it. I think what Mr. Lindsay is saying is if you can get it into them, it doesn't matter. I think they can still proceed, so you don't need an extension. I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
Sorry. So can I ask a question? So
Sir.
If I'm wishing to remove the contravention notice from the title to replace it with a legal suite notice, do I need to notice the building department? Cost any money to do it?
So if the intention is to ultimately take the existing suite, completely deconstruct it, and build it in complete compliance with today's building code, which would mean there'd be inspections at all stages, then there'd be no requirement and the notice could be removed. It's a $300 charge to cover the cost to have that notice removed.
So that's why I'm asking, can I just extend the time so I don't need to spend a certain hours and you guys don't need to do processing things for 1 or 2 weeks?
But why would he do that?
The civil work and the civil.
Your Worship, I think there's some clarity that's required here on what the intentions are with this property owner in terms of legalizing or simply to authorize. So I would just recommend you refer this item back to staff, and if necessary, we'll bring it forward next month.
Council's pleasure.
I would move that this be referred back to staff.
Seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So we're going to refer you back to staff. We're going to refer this matter back to staff on your particular unit, and you need to work out with them what your next moves are going to be.
Yeah, so I'm just going to upgrade the suite.
So there's no notice.
Pardon me?
All right.
I think
So thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yes, Councilor Bestwick.
Thank you. Questions to staff, please. Items 1, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9 are listed as authorized and all with a building permit applied for. Can you please distinguish for me what the reason for a bylaw contravention notice, if they are authorized and they've made application for a building permit, and maybe just for the other people too that are observing, what is the difference?
Thank you. That's a good question. So it all comes back to the fact that these units existed prior to 2005. They're historic units that have been around before suites were legalized in the community. In recognition that they're already there, there's going to be some elements of these units that are just simply we're unable to inspect. So the building permits that are being required are focusing solely on life safety upgrades. So the building permit is submitted, the upgrades are done, but because there's elements that were never inspected, that's the reason for the notice. So at the end of the day, these units would be identified as authorized. They're legal, authorized suites, but they do have that notice on title.
Just a follow-up, please. So they are authorized. They have made application for a building permit. They just haven't fulfilled the work of the building permit, or have we gone in to see if the work is on these 6 properties has been undertaken?
We're at a point in the process where I believe all of these is fairly early days, so I don't believe any of these actually have the work completed at this time. They're probably at the point where the permit's been submitted or maybe just recently issued. But even after the work's completed, I think it's an important point, even after it's completed, the notice would remain on title simply because of the nature of these suites and the fact that they've been around for over 15 years. 11 years.
I'll tell you what, I'm way out of my pay grade. I missed all those classes on unauthorized suites and how they become legal and still have contravention notices on them and all the expense associated with, and it's really I can understand when people come and they're not authorized, they're illegal, they haven't taken out a building permit, they haven't come down to City Hall to say and yet they're treated the same when they do come down and take out a building permit and say they're going to do the work, and even if they did the work and brought them up to life safety standards, we're still going to leave the contravention notice on it?
That is correct, yes.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fuller.
I've always found that to be a bit bizarre myself, and I do kind of get it. All we're doing is authorizing them. If they don't follow through on the building permits, then they will come back and ask to be removed. So one way that someone with a so-called illegal secondary suite can have it become authorized is to get the building permit and then just let the building permit run out for about a year or so. Then they still get the rent for the unit, and then they can be told they have to remove it, and then they can remove it. So it's an interesting concept. They never become legal. They just become authorized. So they wouldn't become legal. That's if they follow through with the building permit. And I know a number of them don't follow through, because you will see them come up when the recommendation is to remove the suite, that such and such had a building permit, was extended for a year or so, blah, 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 and now it's being removed. So it's an interesting concept, authorized, illegal. Right now, essentially, they're all illegal because they're going to get this thing put on. And then down the road, likely they will all come back, or most of them will come back to be removed. That's a different part. This is just the Section 57. It's bizarre.
Councillor Pratt.
I have a question for staff, and that is, I understand I understand this process, and that regardless of whether they do the upgrades, they will still have that Section 57 on there. And if the house were sold, that Section 57 would be on there to inform the new owner of what has occurred in the building. Is that correct? Now, so my question is, would that affect insurance on the house or anything like that? If it's authorized, they would have done the life-saving improvements. Is that correct? So I'm just, I am, and you know, the last time we did this, we had similar questions, and at that time I asked if we could maybe have a quick update from staff on the illegal suite situation, because it is a very confusing one. I understand what you're doing here, but I'm not sure of the reasoning behind it. Because once that 57 is on there, it is an authorized suite. It has had life-saving upgrades to it. Somebody decides to sell the home, and the new owner then knows that that's got a Section 57 on it. What are the implications of the Section 57 to the new owner?
Through your worship, to Councillor Pratt, there's really two purposes of Section 57. One is, you're correct, is to bring it to the attention of a potential purchaser, but also to protect the overall corporation in terms of liability. I think when you talk about this, it's helpful to think about the typical situation that we find, our inspectors find. So they go into a home, there's a suite that's already there, it's been existing since prior to 2005. The suite is finished, there's electrical, there's plumbing, there's insulation, there's a number of steps that we would normally be there to inspect during a building inspection process. It's all finished. Rather than make somebody completely strip that unit down to nothing and expose everything and start over again, we basically say, leave it where it is. We'll put a notice on title which says we didn't expect what's behind the walls, and we're going to issue you a building permit for life safety, which is really three things. It's all about fire. It's about detection of fire and smoke. It's about spread to make sure that fire doesn't move from the suite to the principal unit and vice versa. And it's exiting. It's making sure that people can get out of the unit if there is a fire. So those are the three main issues we look at. But when we're authorizing units, we do not go right back to start all over again. If people want to do that, if they want to completely strip the unit down and make it legal and not have a notice on title, they can do that. I will tell you that 95% of the people we deal with do not take that step.
Yeah. Can I follow up on that? So all that 57 is doing is really warning the next buyer of the house. It's also protecting the city from liability. And they then know that if they want to upgrade, if they don't want a suite in there that hasn't been fully inspected behind the walls, they could take it out. So it's really just a fair way of letting the buyer know that this has occurred in the house and you need to be aware of it.
And sorry, Your Worship, to add on to that, I think as we move forward, keep in mind since 2005, we've got a significant number of suites built in the community. And if we move further and further away from that date, the less we'll be dealing with these old suites, and the more we'll be dealing with suites that are completely constructed under today's code, which do not have notices on title.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hong, you're gone. Okay, thank you. I see no further questions. On the balance of them, not including number 5, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is reconsideration of development permit DP 989 at 3795 Glen Oaks Drive. Under Section 131 of the Community Charter, the Mayor has the ability to require that Council reconsider Council resolution. In this case, number 19716, redevelopment permit DP 989. So we have 3 delegations. The first one is Mr. Keith Brown on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Brown.
Can I ask a question before we get on with the delegations? It's just a simple question.
Councillor Fuller.
Okay. My very simple question is, yes, this can be brought back, but this is simply to review the information we got at the original meeting. So we're not looking at any new information. This is simply the information we got in the original report. So no new information is to come forward that is not in that report.
That's correct.
And that's the way it is. Thank you. So have at it. I hope you don't have any new information.
Can I ask where that's coming from, Councillor Fuller?
That's coming from the community charter.
Whereabouts?
Well, I don't know, the same place you got it.
Because I don't see it in the legislation.
It's the interpretation of the legislation. Look, if we allow this to come forward with new information, then the people that were here earlier could come forward to us in 2 weeks. Because Councillor Yoakum could bring this forward, they could bring new information. If they want to do it like every other developer, 6 months is when you can review and bring forward new information. That's fine. If, like 3rd Street, they go out, they talk to the community, they talk to staff, they work something out with staff and want to come back in 3 months, we could do that too. But to be able to bring something back, every development, that's how it would work, because anybody who voted for that could bring it back. So we would be hearing week after week after week from people that had been turned down. This is why we have development bylaws in the first place. I'm willing to waive the 6 months, for sure. If they come back and they've talked to staff, go to 3 months. Who knows? Maybe we can redo that whole bylaw and make it 3 months. But I'm not willing to sit here and listen to people come back just because they've been turned down once and a councillor wants to bring it back for them beforehand. We have a process in place, and I believe we should be following that process. That's why the question. And my determination, the determination of legislative services, apparently the determination of our CAO, is that we bring back the original information, nothing new. The development bylaw says we can bring new back in 6 months.
Ms. Curry.
I'm just going from 131.3B of the Community Charter that says on that reconsideration has the same authority it had in its original consideration of the matter, subject to the same conditions that applied to the original consideration.
Yeah, it's perfectly clear.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, gentlemen.
Can't bring any new information.
For the council, the first map, numbered 1, is where the lot was first purchased. And I just want to walk this through a little bit. And you'll notice the first foundation plan shown there on the left side of your plan represented the building permit that was originally issued. there was a policy developed for, a policy was developed for the street itself in reduced cross-section parking, et cetera, to make it more accessible as a highway or a road going up the street there. When the owner sought to get he called in a surveyor to get a survey certificate done of the foundation that was built there. And the surveyor identified, he said to the owner, that there was a larger lot here. There was still a potential lot here to be developed, and that's where it started to get into the gray area of questioning. So the second area, the city issued a subdivision approval on that lot, and the owner continued to build, or continues a second foundation. Now, both of these foundations are single-family built on crawl spaces. Now, as we move forward again to the number 2, this is just a blown up scale showing the two foundation plans with the 2 parking spaces for the vehicles on each of them. Diagram 3 shows you the layout for proposed lot 1A rather, and the second lot, new lot, showing the 2 homes and their hammerhead turnarounds, etc. And the one going on the second new lot, proposed lot B, backing out and going across and accessing out onto the street. The next part of that is the diagram 4, which tells us.
Hang on. Just a moment. Councillor Veswick.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. This is strictly on process and procedure. The information that I'm being asked to go through now, diagrams 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 5, was this information presented to us in its originally or staff in the original request?
Is this new or different? Okay. Through your worship, Councillor Bestwick, yes, this is all very similar information to what was attached to the original council report in terms of the site plans, lot layouts, and the proposed access, yes.
So you're comfortable that not only is this similar information, this information has been presented to council already in the form that we're either seeing it or now? You've already seen it in this format before?
I would say all of the graphics that have been submitted to you this evening are all similar to what was previously received by council, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carry on, sir.
Thank you. So if I may, the off-street parking regulation as an amended development permit of the cities, we have mitigated it by creating one new spot at the easterly end of the fronting the property. And on diagram 4, that shows it. Any additional parking this new lot creates will be accommodated on-site in the new lot, which again is shown on diagram 4. It's important to note that the new access does not impact vehicle safety or impede the sight line distances. So we're falling within the safety principles of positioning the accesses. The foregoing eliminates the need for neighboring property access agreements. It also eliminates the city's proposed common driveway, which is and will permit front yard landscaping and greater privacy for the homeowners. Again, diagram 4 outlines that. Moreover, the city will benefit from this property having the same attributes enjoyed by the adjacent residential properties. In other words, we've tried to bring it into the same equality as the other properties. And I point this out through assessments, because when you have to go to the property owner next door, they still have to negotiate an easement agreement with 3 lots coming off of 1 driveway. And in this case here, it really affects the assessment base of the property to happen. And the other thing is that with the new lot coming forward, I don't think this was made quite as clearly last time, but we'll put it out on the table. The last time we were before you, the new lot created $16,000 in DCCs, which was missed in the past.
Sir, please sit down. Sir, please sit down. Sir, please sit down.
I mentioned it. On a correction, I said it. I know it was.
Sir, we do not participate from the gallery. Please sit down. Sir. Staff, can you please call security? Sir, you're going to be removed. You're going to be removed.
May I recommend a recess? We were going to do a recess at the 9 o'clock hour, a 5 or 10 minute break.
Certainly. Council, do you have any issue with a 5-minute recess? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Can you please contact... Councillor Fuller, under the authority of the community charter, I have the right to have someone removed, and I'm having the gentleman removed.
I also have the right to debate that issue and have you removed as chair. So we
is ready to resume their presentation to council.
With all due respect, Mr. McGrath was asked to sit down numerous times. He was warned that if he did not sit down, that he would be asked to leave the gallery. He did not. He did not comply with the chair of the meeting's orders.
Your Worship, I was present when the security came. There was order and peace at that point in time, and the man was not ejected from the council, so I'll take responsibility for that particular thing. We're just trying to keep peace and good order in here and be able to be in a position to move council forward. My recommendation is we resume once you attain a quorum and hear from the several delegations that are presenting.
And we have
Should disorder break out again, I will personally get up and go find the security guard.
There you go.
I beg to differ. I'm sorry. The gentleman's been asked to leave the gallery.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to have the mayor removed as chair. How do I do that, Ms. Gurry? Under what authority can I do that?
You can...
provided he keeps good order and peace within the chamber.
Thank you. So, the delegation, if you'd come back up, please.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you.
Just to close off, the property enjoys the same attributes as the other properties, the new lots, except for we get down to one point, and that's the access. And we put on the diagram forward, we show the access as being in a new location on its own, and we also, or it came down to one parking space, and the one parking space we've shown that as down at the end of the property to a side. And that one parking space takes up a little bit of landscaping, but we're quite prepared to bond or put up money or that is that issue over, and we think, and we're saying that voluntarily. We're not trying to shortchange anything on that matter. One parking space that we've now shown takes up a wee bit of the landscape area, and we're quite prepared to pay for that. It's a better plan. The plan we're presenting actually interfaces better with the city's plan that they developed through an amending process when they were developing the construction of the road. Putting three accesses from three homes all to one property boundary actually compounds the issue. Our plan shows two parking spaces, on-site parking, back-around parking, back-up parking with the hammerhead, and then out on the street. So we're reflecting what's up the street. That's what we're saying. Having said that, we're seeking council's acceptance of the proposal.
Thank you, sir. I do have some questions. Councillor Kipp.
Thank you. This subdivision is under prospectus. When you applied for the prospectus for this lot, how many houses were on your plan?
Without this?
When you apply to the people who covenant Oak Ridge, the actual person that reviews the plans that you're putting forward, not city, but the actual prospectus for the property, it's my understanding you showed them only one house on that property. And then it's my understanding when you went to building permit, you showed two houses on the property with the one driveway. So I'm asking the question, when you went to the people that check your plans for the subdivision prospectus, how many houses did you show?
One is correct.
One. Thank you.
Councillor Hong.
I'm concerned with process. That's what my concern is. It doesn't matter if the biggest road design in the world. It's about the process we're going through right now.
Thank you. And to echo what Councillor Kipp has said, it's the process. I'm looking at your PLA dated September the 24th, 2015, under section 4.9 of it, where it says common access driveways. Common access driveways shall be provided for lots A and B. So you received a PLA that said that you had common access, yet you then built two houses asking for separate access when your PLA said that it had to be common access. And this is dated in September. In September. So why wouldn't you, like everybody else, not happy with staff and PLAs, come before council to get it amended? Again, it has nothing to do with design. I don't want common share, but again, process. This is your PLA. Why would anybody build anything without having a PLA? If you're an experienced builder, you're an experienced architect, you've been around, you know process. And to me, what this looks like is like, oh, I'm just going to build it, then I'll get an amendment after I build it, because what can they do? I've already built it. And that's where I have issue. I would have approved separate access had this come on the due process. So again, I can't support this. The same reason why I didn't support it last time is because the process has been disregarded. And that's my concern. Thank you.
To Councillor Hong, PLA, Preliminary Layout Acceptance, is the first document you receive from your staff that shows what the staff are proposing or hope to obtain through the process of engineering and civil design onto what is known as DSA, Design Stage Acceptance. The PLA is a document that helps you when you move forward. It is not a binding agreement. It is negotiable. As it says on the last page of the PLA, any of those terms and conditions are not written in stone. I have it here in my bag, and I can tell you the exact wording, but that is not a binding agreement. Until you get the DSA, which I'm trying to obtain, and this issue has now come up, they've held the PLA as is, and they have not issued that DSA until this access agreement is being hashed out, and hence I'm in front of you. I did try to move forward with my plan and asked the staff to support it earlier, but engineering in their recommendations that you have in front of you had those couple of concerns in terms of their relaxation, the possible potential loss of parking, and the potential of a suite. But you have heard from my consultant that we don't have potential for loss of off-street parking. We've mitigated that, so there's a net zero there. We don't have secondary suites in the homes, and in fact, we have added parking on-site to limit the potential of a new property in that subdivision. Furthermore, and I think the most important thing is the access does not impact vehicle safety or impede sightline distances. Therefore, from an engineering perspective, and the most important feature of access and driveways and subdivisions and developments is from the engineering perspective for safety of not only access, egress, but also how the interfaces, sightline distances were performed by a leading-edge engineering firm in Nanaimo to support that this access is a viable access and a viable location. I do apologize if the procedure was not followed as per a rule book per se, and I'll take any repercussions of that, but please note that these are all negotiable things, and under the R10 zoning, that these two homes can be built as built and meet all the city's bylaws and setbacks as they are outlined in bylaw 4500. And also, further to Councillor Kipp's comment, I have hashed out a relationship and an agreement with the Century Group, and they are now satisfied as the two homes are constructed and are looking forward to seeing what transpires with this access agreement here in front of you.
Thank you. Councillor Fuller.
I'll go back to the first meeting. I asked you a dead simple question. When you built the two houses, you knew that a common driveway would have to be constructed. You knew that. You chose.
If it was a duplex.
Hey, I'm not going to get in a debate with you, Gert. I asked you a simple question. You agreed that you knew a common driveway would have to supply two houses if you built two houses there. You chose to do the two houses. Now you choose to come back after you built the two houses, knowing that you would be required to do a common driveway. It is simply, well, I'm going to ask forgiveness later thing for me. The process for me would be now that if you don't like that, you go to subdivide or something, you bring it back in the 6 months that the development permit process says you do it in, not the way that this is being done forward. This is nothing against you. You answered me quite simply. You knew what was required when you built those 2 houses, and now you want us to change what staff had said and you knew in the beginning. So I will not change that. You can talk to me, you can talk all you want. I will not support your thing going through it until it meets the proper process.
Thank you for your comment, Councillor Fuller. To that, the original application was submitted as an R10 duplex, and it was not a part of a subdivision application at that time. It wasn't through until the building application that my engineers and with communication with staff and the surveyors was it determined that this potential is available to this property. And I have the dates from the application period which show how everything transpired. And it wasn't until September that this PLA was issued when I applied for a building permit early in the year.
Just as a follow-up, I'm going to ask you a very simple question. When you built the 2 houses, did you know that a common driveway was going to have to be built at that time? I'm not asking you in the future that you figured out, wait a minute, I could put in 2 driveways if I build it, and then I ask them again. When you applied for your permits to do all this, were you aware that you had to have a common driveway? Be careful.
Yeah. When the application came forward, the
Okay.
property was a duplex.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with single-family zoning at that time.
Common driveway, right? Common driveway.
Yes, that's what they proposed.
Thank you.
I see no further questions. Motion to receive the delegation. Seconded. Councillor Pratt, thank you.
Council.
Thank you, gentlemen. Call a question. All those in favor?
You haven't got a motion.
Receive the delegations.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next one. There are 2 more delegations. Next one is Mr. Kevin Story.
Thank you. I too am concerned with the process that has gone on here this evening. It's gone on here for the last month regarding this particular project. I object strenuously to the simple fact that it's even on the agenda tonight. We just listened to the introduction of new information regarding this project. I'll quote from Section 131, 3B of the Municipal Charter, that reconsideration has the same authority it had on its original consideration of the matter, subject to the same conditions that applied to the original consideration. The new information that you were presented tonight by the proponent is not in order. Now, I sent council an email earlier today, and once again, I want to state, I don't know this contractor, never heard of him, I have nothing against him, but the whole procedure that has gone down in this process. My email today to you, I'm going to read it out because there's probably people in the chambers that haven't heard it, and there may be councillors that haven't read it as of yet. Once again, I find it necessary to write to you regarding PPP 989-3795 Glen Oaks Drive. I'll be attending the meeting tonight to discuss this matter. A quick review. On May 2nd, 2016, Council voted to deny this development permit for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was felt that a second driveway would pose an unsafe traffic condition. Secondly, it would result in the loss of another street parking spot. I would remind councillors or council that the developer has already received a dispensation for much lower street parking in his original development permit, which authorized this subdivision, that being DP 546, which I believe was issued in 2012. In July of 2015, the developer was informed by the building department that a second driveway would not be approved and his application to add another building would be approved if one driveway serviced two newly created properties, as Councillor Fuller has brought up. The builder ignored this warning and has now built two residences and is applying for a second access to the property, even though he knew in advance that this would not fly. The developer has now been denied services access to the second structure due to the requested location of that secondary access. As for the process involved in the DVP request, after being denied on May 2nd, the mayor introduced this item for reconsideration on May 16th, which he is allowed to do. It was fully discussed by council, but no further action was taken. If you read the municipal charter, the mayor is allowed to bring back for reconsideration and request a vote on the original motion. Therefore, because no vote took place, the decision of May the 2nd still stands. On May the 30th, the mayor gave notice he wished to have the item once again brought up at the Committee of the Whole meeting. He subsequently withdrew his request, but a lengthy discussion took place regarding the legality of this item being allowed under Section 131 of the Community Charter. And I did present at that time an email from the Ministry's office with the interpretation that he could do it once and once only. So this being the 12th to the 13th, we are well past the 30-day time limit allowed to reconsider. And we are also being asked to reconsider new information, which also is not allowed under the Community Charter. Let alone that is well beyond the 30-day time limit period established as May the 2nd, it is in direct violation of the provisions of the Community Charter, Section 131(2)(b), which states that a matter may not be reconsidered if there has already been a reconsideration under this section in relation to the matter. Therefore, I submit to you that further reconsideration at this point violates the Charter and, in fact, is illegal. You cannot do this. It's my understanding that the mayor is basing his reasons for justifying this reintroduction on being given false information on one or both of the motions put forward at the May 16th meeting. This argument does not hold any water. Both motions presented at that meeting were defeated, and both had nothing to do with re-voting on the original information. Nothing. The mayor had it within his rights on May the 2nd to reintroduce and ask for another vote on the original question. It was introduced and fully discussed. No motion, however, was made to re-vote on the original recommendation. This was obviously oversight on the mayor's part, or perhaps he had forgotten the wording of the charter section. But no vote was taken, and that is called for when it's reintroduced for reconsideration. It is my belief that if Council carries on with this process, they are making a grave error. If they allow this item to stand on the agenda tonight and proceed, not only is it a violation of the Charter, it also sets a dangerous precedent for the future. Council may well experience a flood of similar requests from other developers and must answer the questions, how many times can a matter be brought back in such a manner? 2 times, 3 times, 20 times. There is a reason. Council must put their foot down here and remove this item from the agenda, or I would say, just plain vote it out. Further to that, Council must take a serious look at the Charter and its provisions surrounding the conflict of interest rules. The Mayor's vociferous arguments and attempts at subverting the proper procedures and bylaws around this matter are very troubling. The developer donated a substantial amount to the Mayor's campaign fund, and at the very least, the Mayor should have excused himself during discussions on this matter. The fact that he has argued strenuously on behalf of this individual has the appearance of conflict. I realize that there is precedent about campaign contributions, but in this case, with the Mayor's repeated attempts to circumvent the accepted processes, it certainly has its own distinct odor. The general feeling I get throughout the community when this is brought up is that there is something seriously wrong here. Perhaps Council should seek strong legal opinion on both of these matters. Before I finish, I'd like to just read one other section that I found. If I can find it again. And it had to do with ethics. Section 100. Requires that a council member to declare a conflict of interest if he or she has a direct or indirect pecuniary interest in a matter under consideration. A member must also declare a conflict if he or she has some other non-pecuniary type of interest that places the person in a conflict position, e.g. bias. This could include any benefit obtained by relations, close friends, or associates of a member who is in conflict. I think that this is very, very clear. Examples may include a rezoning application by a relative or personal friend, or operated by a close friend. The fact that each situation will be unique and will need to be considered when determining if a member is in non-pecuniary conflict of interest. I would suggest to Council that a substantial contribution to the Mayor's campaign makes a very close friend. Looking at a non-pecuniary conflict of interest. Council may wish to get legal advice on this. Council has to act. Enough is enough. Citizens are fed up, and so am I.
Thank you, sir. I see no questions. So, receive the delegation. Could we have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved. Seconded by Councillor Kipp. Thank you. Call the question. Those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. And the next delegation is Mr. Tim McGrath.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tim McGrath, 431 3rd. Under the section that this is being brought back, it clearly states that it is to be a reconsideration, not a rehashing or a second kick at the cat. The appearance here is certainly not simply a reconsideration. The appearance is that the developer is getting a second kick at the cat. When we look at things like conflict of interest, I'm no lawyer, I'll admit that. But I do know how it appears. And that is a problem for everybody on council. We look at the conflict. We look at influence. The community charter refers to two items, inside influence and outside influence. And I would highly recommend that everyone on council take a look at the definitions. I'm very confident that if I came and asked Ms. Brennan to go up to Glen Oaks and take a look at a piece of property because of a zoning issue, I'm fairly confident that she would not participate in a meeting. I'm fairly confident that if I asked the other members of council who went with Mr. McKay up to the property, I'm fairly confident that those members of council who went with him would not go with me. And why? What's the difference? Is it because of the mayor's position? I think it is. If you wouldn't extend that opportunity to anyone, why is Mr. McKay getting special consideration? Is it because of some sort of inside influence, outside influence? When the people in the gallery and the people in TV land see it, they see it, it's because it's Bill. It's Mr. McKay. Or is it because it's called mayor? Is that why those members of council did it? Is there an exercise on influence? When, and I don't know whether it happened or not, but did Mr. McKay talk to staff after the meeting? Is that an influence? Is it an attempted influence? It would be. From my point of view, that's what I see. So it's really important for this council to look at it and say, how does it appear? Is someone at this table doing more than what is usual for a given developer? It is. That's the appearance. That's why he's fighting so hard. So I would consider the council look at it, conflict, perceived or real, influence, perceived or real, inside, outside, and then look at the whole purpose of the reason why this thing is even on the docket. It's reconsideration. It's not to get a second kick at the cat. The facts are changing. They stand here today and admit that they're telling you something that you didn't hear before, that they didn't explain before. Well, that sounds like new information. That's the perception, not only from me, but from the citizens in here in Nanaimo. So I would suggest you all look at it very carefully and think about what I'm saying and what the perception is. Thank you.
I see no questions. Thank you, sir.
Motion to receive.
Motion to receive by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Hong. Thank you. No discussion. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Receipt of the delegation. By consent. All right, Councillor Bestwick, did you wish to say something?
Not on the
Okay, let's see if your hand poised. The reason I brought this one back was because when I reviewed it over and over and over again, it's very complicated, and we had very poor drawings to try to work with. I had trouble interpreting, particularly some of the sightline drawings. I drove to the site. I didn't take anybody with me. I didn't invite anybody to go with me that was willing to go out there with me. So there was no influence there. With respect to the accusation that there's a conflict here because of campaign contributions, it's my understanding that's not the way it works. And they're not considered to be a gift in any way, shape, or form. And in any case, they did not represent a significant amount. They represented less than 2% of my campaign contributions. So, and I would, based on the facts, whether it be Satker or whether it be XYZ company, I would have looked at this the same way. When I looked at this, I looked at it based on the fact that, as far as I could tell, there was an 18,000 square foot lot that had an original intent to have a single home on it. whether it had a, I would suspect that that it was a duplex, but it had a single building on it. It was going to have a shared driveway with the lot next door. And when one of the things we're trying to do in the city of Nanaimo is not to continue to develop huge lots. 18,000 square feet seems like a big lot to me. We're trying to subdivide 18,000 square foot lots in at least half, maybe thirds. It did become, by reading the staff report, a thrust of what the argument was consideration of the reduction in on-street parking in this particular development had been reduced by 48%, so it was at 52% what we would normally find in a development like this. And they were concerned, staff was concerned, and rightfully so, that this would reduce that parking even further. When I looked at some of the drawings and I looked at some of the proposals, my question was, has the developer considered that his proposal would mitigate that loss? And it clearly appeared that it would. Lose one parking space, replace one parking space. I saw that. I'm not in favor of the proposal as it stands right now, running a roadway or driveway right alongside a sidewalk when there seems to be a better solution. It also appeared to me that these two homes would lose significant, perhaps even the third home, because of the multiple covenants on it and right-of-way easements, if you will, that all three of them may well lose value. So if, in my view, and the reason why I brought it back was because I believe that council missed that the developer had proposed that there would be no net loss in parking on the street. That was my view in any case. I'm fine with it the way it is, the way the developer has proposed it. I think that the common driveway going across the front alongside the sidewalk is a very poor one. But nevertheless, we'll leave it to the decision of council at the end of the day. As for the March 16th request for reconsideration, the clerk has advised that the advice that was given that day was not correct. That the dispute that day was whether or not there was a requirement when the mayor requires something to come back for reconsideration that there's a seconder required and a vote. And that's what the predominance of the dispute was that particular day. And there was not. So, proposal was to bring it back on the 30th within the time frame. And because the 30th was a committee of the whole meeting, it was determined it couldn't come back then. But because there had been an attempt made, that's why it's here tonight. In any case, Councillor Fuller.
Through you to Mr. Lindsay. If the developer chose to subdivide that property, would he be able to do so?
Your Worship, I'm going to start by saying I need to be somewhat careful if I'm answering any questions from council tonight, because I can't provide new information, so I'll comment on what was in the original report. Okay. In the original report, it does confirm that there was a subdivision application has been made on this property. They have received the preliminary layout acceptance, which you've heard this evening, which is kind of the first step in order to subdivide that property into two lots.
Okay. So thanks. Appreciate that. Okay.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. This has been a difficult one for me, this issue. I voted to deny the development permit application originally, and I did that on the basis of the process. I wasn't happy with the process as it unfolded. On the other hand, I also wasn't unhappy, or I wasn't happy rather with the proposed shared driveway. I don't think that is the best solution, and I think there's a better way to go. And so I was quite pleased, actually, to be given the chance to reconsider this and look at it again and think about it some more. I did visit the site twice on my own. I did talk to the developer and got information that he had presented to council, but spoke to him personally. And I've looked at it and thought about this quite a bit, and it's still a tough one for me. I would prefer to avoid the shared driveway, but as much as I respect Mr. Brown and the developer, to me it does still come back to the process that was followed and the process that should be followed. And so at one point I thought I might be changing my vote on this, but I will not be. And that's just how I feel. Thank you.
Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. I voted against the motion last time. And my reasoning at that time was because I had gone and looked at the property, and that shared driveway just didn't seem like the best solution to me. It still doesn't. I'm still going to vote against it.
Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I voted, I guess, against the motion to deny the last time, and I will do so again. I don't think that, I guess I look back and I look at the question of the process and whether there was something not followed directly, and I wonder at that because subsequently it was approved. Subsequently, the subdivision was approved and 2 houses were built, or I guess it's in the process and almost there and appears. So it seems like the time to punish is over because the time to find the remedy is beginning. It's well down the road. I think the nature of this process that we're doing is to determine what's best for here. Not was there a mistake made in the past, but what's best for here, now, today. And maybe it's even to find out what's not bad. And so to find a problem that addresses, or to find a remedy that addresses the problem. I don't have a problem with losing 1 parking space. I think that it makes for a better configuration for the 2 homes. And so just on the basis of that, I don't see that as a bad thing to lose 1 parking spot. I think it's a good thing to have the 2 driveways separated. So on the basis of what I think is best and what I think isn't bad, and what I think is our job, and that's to find a remedy, not to punish for past digressions, I'm quite prepared to support this, and so I will vote against denying the variation.
Councillor Fuller.
I disagree that there is any punishment in this. That's a red herring argument. No one is punishing anybody. We didn't punish 3rd Street when we denied their application, and they came back 3 months later with a new application. This isn't about punishing. This is about a process we have in place. Do I like the shared driveway? Hell no. It's a dumb idea. But that is where we're at. If they don't want the shared driveway, there's a process they can go through to change that. And that's where I am at, and that is why I will support staff's recommendation. Sometimes I don't support staff's recommendations, but this one I totally agree with.
Councillor Hong.
Thank you, and I will stand by my decision and with staff's recommendation. Again, this is a process. If anybody were to buy a lot and go through PLA and they didn't like what they'd drawn up or what staff recommended, they would come before council. exactly what happened with Summerhill. So now let's just use that for example. Okay, they came back and said, well, yeah, we'll give you a 1.06. They build it. It comes down to 0.93. What are we going to say? Do we say, oh, well, yeah, you can have the 9.3? We're setting precedent when we allow something when there is a process to be followed. I would have had no problem agreeing to this had they had come before they built it. They built it. And now they're coming for forgiveness. That's not fair to everybody else. It's just not fair. When we set these guidelines, they're guidelines. And yes, preliminary layout acceptance or something like that. They are guidelines, but if you don't like that guideline, come to us so we can change it first before you build it. This is backwards, and I can't support it based on that fact as staff got duped. And that's what it seems like. Not fair. Not fair to staff. Like I said, I don't agree with staff recommendations all the time. I didn't agree with the one in Summerhill. But this one I agree with because it's the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kep.
Yeah, my concerns is the process kind of changed and steered this direction from the beginning, and it's tied up a lot of time and a lot of arguing. The prospectus, one house. The BP, 2 houses, single driveway. Now subdivision, second driveway. Should have come before us. And I believe we have to be somewhat considerate of the people on either side of that. If any of them said they didn't want 2 houses on that lot, did we consider the people that already built in that area? Did we consider that that is a very specific subdivision with very specific rules and design guidelines? And I concern myself when the drawing seems to change until it gets to here and then it changes again. So I still support staff's denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bestwick.
I'm just going to make the staff's recommendation that council deny the development permit application DP 989 at 3795 Glen Oaks Drive and retain the approved permit DP 546.
There's no mover and seconder required. It's the motion that's under consideration, correct?
Mayor McKay is correct in this instance. Just for this reconsideration under 131, it's just reconsidered, period.
Thank you. So call the question that the staff recommendation is that council deny the development permit application DP 989 at 3795 Glen Oaks Drive and retain the approved permit DP 546. All those in favor?
Is there a seconder or do you need a...
No requirement. No requirement. Pardon me? Okay, so call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Show that Councillor Brennan, McKay, or Mayor McKay and Councillor Pratt are opposed. Motion carries.
Mayor McKay, I'm not feeling up to snuff.
Next item, Advisory Committee Commission minutes.
Second.
Want to do them all? Can we do them all together, Ms. Curry? Sure. Okay, all three. So that's the Course Services Review Steering Committee meeting held May 27th, 2016. Design Advisory Panel meeting held 2016, April 14, and Design Advisory Panel meeting April 28th. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Kep.
Just on the minutes from the Core Services Review, we broke for lunch at around a little after 12 o'clock. I left after that, and then it doesn't say when the meeting was reconvened. So it doesn't show recesses in there. Should our minutes reflect recesses? Like, for example, tonight, when we reflect on our minutes, there was a recess, or we broke for lunch in here. It doesn't show. It shows I left, earlier than the 1:05, which I did leave, but it doesn't say when there was a recess or anything. Is that required in the minutes?
Yes, that is required in the minutes, Your Worship, through to Councillor Kipp.
So it would just have to be that the committee moved into in camera at 9:11, and the committee moved out of in camera prior to 1:06. I'd just like to show that reflected in the minutes. I'm happy with them otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we?
I have no idea.
So we can vote on that with that amendment? Thank you. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
I know it was a tough
Next item, establishing a youth poet laureate for Nanaimo. Well, that's already been done. No. Presentation, pardon me. Staff recommendation, motion that council approve the establishment of a youth poet laureate program for Nanaimo as outlined in the report. Pardon me? Move it. Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, 2016 Capital Paving Program Tender. To obtain council approval for the public tender call where only one tender was received, which exceeds $250,000, in accordance with the city's purchasing bylaw number 7175. Staff recommendation is that council direct staff to award the 2016 Capital Paving Program tender to Lafarge Canada, doing business as Hub City Paving, for the amount of $1,868,432.50. Do we have a mover?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, proposed bylaw amendments to the Traffic and Highways Bylaw 1993, number 5000. The purpose is to present council with Traffic and Highways Amendment Bylaw 2016, number 5000-045, which amends the truck permit fees within Schedule K. Councillor Pratt, would you read out the bylaws, please?
Where are we here? Sorry.
Page 120.
I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Get somebody else to do it. My agenda's way down the bottom here.
I move the Traffic and Highway Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2016, number 5000.045, to amend Schedule K, pass first reading.
Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
I move the Traffic and Highway Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2016, number 5045.045, pass second reading.
Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. See no discussion, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
I move the Traffic and Highway Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2016, number 5000.045, pass third reading.
Seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Seeing no further discussion, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, appointment of bylaw enforcement officer, and the purpose is to obtain council approval to appoint Jacob James Smith as a bylaw enforcement officer. Staff recommendations on page 28 that council appoint Jacob James Smith as a bylaw enforcement officer to enforce the provisions of the City of Nanaimo Licensing and Control of Animals Bylaw 1995, number 4923, and Parks, Recreation and Culture Regulation Bylaw number 7073.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Thorpe, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Unauthorized suites, 323 Black Diamond Drive.
Yes, there's only the one left, 290 Catherine Place.
Oh, I'm sorry. 290 Catherine Place? All right. That council pursuant to section 72 and 73 of the Community Charter order the owners of 323 Black Diamond Place, 290 Catherine Place, to remove the unauthorized suite and illegal construction or bring the properties into compliance within 30 days. Now, it's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to 290 Catherine Place. For the second time, anyone wishing to speak to 290 Catherine Place? And for the third and final time, anyone wishing to speak? Seeing none, do we have a mover?
That council pursuant to section 72 and 73 of the Community Charter order the owners of 323 Black Diamond, 290 Catherine Place to remove the unauthorized suites and illegal construction or bring their properties into compliance within 30 days.
Moved by Councillor Bestwick, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Discussion, seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Property Maintenance Bylaw number 1990, number 3704. To obtain council authorization to enforce the City of Nanaimo Property Maintenance Bylaw, it's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to property maintenance for the properties listed below. We have 365 Watfield Avenue. I'm sorry, 462 Watfield. I've got two different numbers here. The agenda shows 356. That's 462.
That's 356,
Okay. So the photograph is improperly labeled. Okay, great. Thank you. Do you wish to speak to it? I take it. Thank you. If you could give us your name and address for the record, that'd be great.
354 Watfield. I'd just like to ask for extension due to hardship, and my mother being the owner of the property, so I'll be remedying the situation. And I've been in contact with a bylaw enforcement officer.
How long do you need?
I'd like to get a month and a half, just due to my mom being in the hospital. She's just suffered like a brain operation, so I've been tending to her care. So I like that consideration, if possible. Thank you.
So 45 days? 45 days.
60.
If you want to make 60? Okay. 60. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to 356 Watfield? Seeing none, would you care to move your motion, Councillor, on that one?
Yeah, I move that we give 356 Watfield a 60-day extension.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Fuller. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Next one, 762 Town Site. Large amount of garbage, broken household items, etc. Anyone wishing to speak to 762 Town Site? 762 Town Site? Third and final, 762 Town Site. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Oh, pardon me. Let's just keep going here. 6410 Invermere Road. Overgrown blackberry bushes and broom. Anyone wishing to speak to 6410 Invermere Road? Second time? And for the third and final time. 6410 Invermere. 432 Howard Avenue. My. Anyone wishing to speak to 432 Howard Avenue? Second time? And for the third and final time? No one. 405 Holly Avenue. Thank you, sir. Name and address for the record. Thank you for being patient. It's been a long night.
Yeah, I was at work. I took time off, and it was a missed meeting on there. It said 7 o'clock to show up, but I guess you guys are very busy, so I appreciate your efforts here. So that's my renter's suite here, back there. Hey, most of everything, I take care of almost all of this, single-handedly. I'm the single owner of this property. That is 458. It was a converted garage when I purchased it. Some of the things I feel I've moved them into a position where they have to have the stuff removed or they have to remove themselves. Like some of the things I talked with Officer Clausen. It's very informative to me to, help me go through these due processes here. However, most of the stuff I see is in my backyard. Nobody sees that. If you look at it from the road, I don't understand how people had access to my yard other than coming in there. So, some of the building materials, I said that I'm building them a work shed because they need to store some of their stuff that are in a small 100 square foot unit back there. So I said, okay, we can build you said shed. Consolidate things. So we're both kind of congregating here. I just moved in myself a little while ago as well. It was a renter's property before. Apparently there was homeless people living underneath. It was quite a project to undertake. I'm by myself on the chef. I work 14 hours a day. As you guys can understand, it's a long day. At the end of it, I don't have time to worry about my hose being coiled properly. I think that's a little embellishing on the situation. The officer said garbage on my report here. He told me that there was no garbage, just a lot of clutter that needed to be organized. The cardboard and garbage get taken away by the city anyway. So thank you very much. I pay for that service and I use it regularly. As you can see, there's garbage cans and the recycling bin right there. Barbecue, I'm not really sure where that came from. That's theirs, I guess. So I told them they can have one. So they're moving some stuff out of their storage and trying to figure out where to store it themselves. As I don't have storage, you can see there's a garage with my things in it, and they just brought this stuff there to empty their garage. So they're in the process of trying to find their own storage. And I said, as my ad on the Craigslist did not include storage in that, there seems to be a bit of conflict between, what I'm allowing them to do and, having to clean my property up at the same time. So here we are. Property. I never asked them to have that on the property in the first place. It is insured, however. But going out the alleyway, this is on Holly Avenue. It's a very, as you can say, colorful neighborhood, to be sure. There is some derelict motorhomes 2 houses up that haven't moved since I've moved there. Theirs does move. I've asked them to move it, so they moved it from road back and forth. So I've asked them, it is for sale, so it needs to move by the end of this month. That kind of stuff. So, and if it doesn't comply, these people will be evicted. I'm trying to contribute to my neighbor on the one side. He gave me said building materials, logs, which I've skinned by hand. I've now cemented. I put in ties. I went to Gogo's property to get the slats, which are free, so I can build a fence, so I can set up some security and some privacy, because there are people that wander through my property in that neighborhood that are homeless and say what a good job I've been doing. Maybe they were the ones that lived in the basement at the time. I don't know, but I am in the process of improving my property. I've had it painted from my other neighbor, who's a student painter. Loved my attitude and trying to improve it. He painted my house for free with his team to try and use it as a training ground. Now, there was 10 of those people that moved most of the stuff off the side of my property. I myself had to move everything back. So coiling my hose was one of those jobs that I have taken care of. My other neighbor on the other side there, he's selling his property because he's kind of tired of the neighborhood as well. The people that go through his property. He donated the logs to me as well, so he could help me cement the posts in. So I am in the process, slowly but surely, of improving my property and eliminating all these eyesores. But as you can see, a lot of the stuff is behind a fence that nobody else can see. I mean, obviously, if you walk up to it, you can see it. But my priority is employment, paying my taxes, paying my bills. If the officer chooses to walk in my backyard, he can step in some things, I guess. But from the road, it's not visible, and it's not going to be there. I'm doing my best to try Westmouth. I just feel that the complaint of a neighbor who has a vehicle on blocks just over the fence blackberries are encroaching on my property. I'm not here to fight with my neighbors. I like them, you know. I want to contribute to that neighborhood and make sure. I feel that's what I'm doing. So this is why I came today, because I feel like it's a bit erroneous and a bit misleading, I feel, you know. That's my gut feeling. By law to even coil your hose or anything like that properly. So I'm not really sure. It was something that conversation between my neighbors that I could have resolved quite easily because I have helped them move their things and lend my labor to them. So I'm not really sure what this whole process entails. I'm not even sure how this even came into your table. Problem. I had the city dig up in front of my yard, put in a new water line for 6 weeks. I had 50 blue pipes right in front of my front yard as they were cutting, blue shards of plastic going across my lawn. I cleaned it up. I ripped it up. I didn't say get your cigarette butts up. I just take care of it. I didn't ask for any compensation plan. I just say, you know what? It's improving the neighborhood. I appreciate that. It looks great. You're going to have to pay some anything too, so thanks for that. But yeah, how does the city move ahead with this? You don't feel that I'm a huge detriment to my neighborhood or to the livelihood?
Sir, I've got a couple of housekeeping issues here. First off, we have to, it's approaching the hour of 11, so we have to have a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock. Councillor Bestwick, moved and seconded by Councillor Pratt. I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next thing, I think what we should do is we should have Mr. Davison explain how this comes about.
This file was originally investigated on May the 9th by the bylaw officer. He attended the property and observed discarded household items, building materials, miscellaneous garbage, and driftwood. Apparently the owner of the property was present at the time and explained what needed to be removed and what could remain on the property if it was neatly stacked. The owner advised at that time that his tenants had only been there a short time. They were hauling in all sorts of items onto the property. The bylaw officer explained that the property owner was responsible for maintaining the condition of that property. We reattended on June the 9th for a property check, spoke to one of the tenants of the carriage house. At that time, the officer explained again what needed to be removed, and the tenant told the officer that the items would be removed by that weekend. Re-inspection on June the 13th, the officer attended again and observed that some of the building materials had been stacked and some of the discarded items, in fact, had been removed since the first attendance of May the 9th. However, he observed open garbage, numerous discarded household items, driftwood, and rubbish that remains on the property, and therefore we've brought it before council for their consideration tonight.
Second of all, I've phoned Officer Klassen at least 3 times. I never received any phone calls back from him. First time I did meet with him, and he advised me to get new tenants. So I'm going through that due process. He actually helped me with the tenancy. I'm not in that way. I expect people to have the roof over their head, but on my property, I expect them to respect my property as well. So I'm trying to have due diligence there. He did not meet with me the second or third. I don't know how many other times he came there because I was not able to meet or discuss with him and call him back and say, look, just point things out. So when I took over the one property, there was property lines, all the power lines. So that was a pile of cherry trees in the back that I just talking about. So I removed that myself. The rest of it, yeah, I've gutted several rooms in the house because I don't know who was living there or what, but it's a disaster. All the carpets have been removed. I personally put in all hardwood floors. I put in all laminate that I went through the Habitat for Humanity to, cost to myself.
Why don't we just stay on the topic here? So the question is, do you intend to adhere to this order, or do you not?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to say that this stuff is going to be here forever. This is embarrassing to me, to be honest with you. I didn't want this to happen in the first place, but I mean, there has to be a little bit of deconstruction.
Do you need an extension?
I would love that.
How much time do you need?
As one guy working Wednesday, Thursdays, you know, I'm off 2 days a week, and you know.
I think council would be amenable to a 60-day extension. Okay.
Involved with that material there.
Okay. If you can be so kind as to work closely with bylaw enforcement.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I appreciate it. Actually, Plaza's been very, very supportive.
So, thank you. You want to move a 60-day extension on 405 Holly? Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Thorpe, thank you.
Don't mind, take a look. It's looking pretty good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, we have...
Worship?
Yes.
You're going to vote on the balance of the...
Yes, we're just going to go on to that. We have 762 Town Site, 6410 Invermere Road, and 432 Howard.
Pursuant to Property Maintenance Bylaw 1990-3704, direct the owners of the following properties to remove the materials as listed below from the premises within 14 days, or the work will be done by the city or its agents at the owner's cost. And that would be 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. No?
2, 3, 4.
It's 11 o'clock. It's past Jimmy Fallon. Too late.
4, 5, 6. 4, 5,
Sure.
6.
All right.
Thank you. Seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, no bylaws without accompanying report. Next one is correspondence. We have received a piece of correspondence. Am I in the right place? Where am I supposed to? Sorry. Thank you. Okay, council has received a piece of correspondence from the mayor and council of Lantzville, and they're requesting a delegation at our meeting next week. So, the intent is for the announcement that the correspondence has been received, and in order to provide proper notice and proper notice to the public, we will not hear it until next week, at which time it will be published in the. It will be published, and they will be invited to have a delegation that evening, so that the contents of the letter will be provided by way of next week's agenda. Samar.
Worship, the advice that we gave you was rather than suspending the procedure bylaw, that you bring forward the correspondence as correspondence and allow them to make a presentation to council rather than attend as a delegation, because it's not permitted in that format. So they would do a presentation at the beginning and be allotted the 10 minutes that they requested. And my understanding it's the mayor, the CAO, and another person that wishes to address council to discuss the water agreement, just so that people are well prepared for that next week.
Great, thank you. Councillor Beswick.
Thank you. I'm a little bit misunderstanding in so much as am I permitted to discuss what actions have taken place up until now with respect to the delegation's request?
In what respect?
Well, we received letter from the District of Lantzville with amendment proposals to the water agreement. We respectfully responded. Have they acknowledged receipt of our correspondence?
Council, I communicated your deliberations and preferred course of action to my counterpart, the CAA for Lantzville. I understand that he advised his council of that, and they have elected to request to be a delegation or to appear to council at the next available meeting.
Thank you. So that doesn't really answer my question, and you're answering it to the best of your ability. If there's 3 people attending, do they get 30 minutes or do they get 10?
No time on presentation.
There's no time on presentation. Yeah, there's no time on presentation. If they were to be a delegation on an item that's not related to a council item and you allowed them to speak, they'd get 5.
This seems really convoluted to me in so much as government to government, if you will. Do we have an agreement that sat for a year plus before it was introduced to their council of the day? And now we received 2 or 3 months ago a request for amendments to something that was there on the books in 2014. And now, without the benefit of having an opportunity to discuss their request as their amendments, they wish to bring it public. So we've accepted their willingness to discuss their amendments, have we not?
I indicated that council would like to discuss council to council the proposed amendments to the water agreement at a council to council session, given the sensitivity of the subject matter, and that it's probably more effective to have a council to council negotiating session rather than to do so in an open public meeting. Certainly there'll be a time for having the discussion in open public and presentations on it, but at this point, to be able to understand the proposed amendments and its impact on Nanaimo and its residents and the water supply, we recommended a council to council session for reasons I think that are articulated in the letter that the mayor received. They thought it was important to appear on council, I think, and due in part to, actually, no, I'm not even going to give it reference, but they had set out in their letter the reason why they wanted to come before council in an open.
Well, just to follow up, we have responded respectfully to their request. We've agreed to sit down with them and discuss. Is this common for government to come as a presenter to discuss items that have spent the majority of the time in legal contract crafting? And we're going to have a government come and speak to us, to government, in open? How often do we go and stand in front of the regional district of Nanaimo, Lantzville, or any other government agency coming and standing in front of us to discuss items that we agree to discuss with them in a place where I think it should be and proper? I don't need, personally, do I get to vote on this, or how does this work? Is this a vote? Is this a motion? How does this work?
I believe the mayor is asking for consideration to have them be put on as a presentation at the next council meeting as they've requested in their letter.
Because they didn't want to wait to the council, the COW meeting to be a delegation because it was a 2-week delay. So my understanding is the mayor is bringing this piece of correspondence forward with the request from the mayor of Lantzville that you place them on next week's agenda so that they can appear as a delegation. I'm not familiar with councils appearing at other councils' meetings, but my advice to council would be, if they do appear as a delegation, to certainly hear the presentation, but that any deliberations and consideration of amending a water agreement ought to take place in a separate forum.
Councillor Hung.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually am concerned about this. When we're dealing with legal documents, should we have legal advice present? I'm just worried that if we say anything that might jeopardize our position on what we're agreeing to or not agreeing to or what they're asking, are they going to be divulging information that can either harm them or us? I'm worried about what they want to present to us and to open for everybody to see, and especially if we haven't had a chance to deliberate. So when they're talking about waiting 2 weeks to be in the COW or coming to council, I'm going to take that presentation next week. I'm not going to say a word because I'm not going to jeopardize our position. And I'm going to refer it back to staff, send staff, when they, at their capacity, if they have time, because we're short-staffed, we're busy, so that could take months and months and months. I'm not in a rush to get this deal done. If they want to get a deal done, come and talk to us. A presentation requires us to give direction to staff, and staff will do it in a timely manner when they can at their capacity to look at this. So it seems to me that this is wasting a lot more time than them coming to us and discussing this in open so we can get the information direct from them without legal recourse or spilling the beans on this issue. It worries me, and I would really like to have our legal representation here at their cost to ensure that they aren't going to say anything that's going to jeopardize this, and we're not going to say anything that's going to jeopardize this, because this is a very important legal document. For us to be talking about this in open until it's signed, sealed, and delivered with regards to what they want in their amendments, it seems strange that they would come before a public meeting. So I'm a little concerned about that, and I would really recommend our CEO contact them, the concerns that I have and what Councillor Bestwick has expressed. I'll wait for the rest of the council to actually talk about that. Thank you.
Councillor Pratt.
I'm wondering if we shouldn't direct staff to contact Lantzville Council or staff, whichever, and request that they meet with us in camera regarding this before anything else is done. I mean, we could have them as a delegation and just receive the delegation without doing anything else and then invite them to an in-camera meeting. But it seems to me that it would make more sense to us, or to me at least, to start out with us in camera on something that is a legal issue.
Councillor Kipp.
Yeah, I'm worried about this process and what's happened with this. I understand, and on good authority, that it sat on the desk of the CAO there for a year, came back before the last election, or just after the last election, so it was no rush then for them. There was a lot of talk about, human rights, but they're not under boil water or anything. They've added a whole bunch of stuff to it. Yeah, I think and I'm disappointed they had a public meeting and we weren't invited. And what was discussed at that public meeting, from the reports I've had of people that attended the meeting, it was a bit disturbing. That's why I sent out an email last week on this. Quite disturbing for what I heard. Of course, I wasn't there, but I trust the people that told me the information. And, so it's pretty open-ended debate out there about what they should do and how they should treat Nanaimo and just get the water and get going. And I'm concerned with it. And I know other things that we probably haven't done in our processes that we should do in these situations that affect water and land, and we didn't do that either. So I have great concern over these agreements we've been now rushing to get done. It ain't my rush anymore. Lanceville can wait for us.
Councillor Thorpe.
Thanks, Chair. I share Councillor Hong's concerns and views overall, I think. There is an agreement in place, and if they wish to come and appear and make a presentation, I'm quite willing to sit and listen to them. And then any follow-up to that, I would certainly think would be an in-camera situation to deal with any possible changes to a legal document. So I don't mind hearing what they have to say. It does seem somewhat of a waste of time to me, an unnecessary step, but I'm willing to accommodate them to listen to them. And then go from there.
Okay. Councillor Fuller.
It seems to me that there's really no point in going in camera with this. Everybody knows what's going on now. They know that Lanceville had a meeting with regards to a water agreement. They know that we've received a letter from Lanceville wanting to appear as a delegation. I'm thinking what we really need to do is what Lanceville did. Let's have a public meeting and ask our citizens what they think of us giving Lanceville water. They did it. We should be able to do it. Then maybe we could both get together. Once we know what our citizens want, I'm going to presume they know what their citizens want. Then let's meet in public.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
Thank you. I would just like to caution everyone that Lanceville is our neighbor, and we do want to have good relationships with them. And so I would approach it on that basis, that we have an agreement with them now. We respectfully listen to what their concerns are regarding wanting to change it, if they want to change it. And because, again, there are legal implications to our corporation, it would first be in camera and then it would be released. And if we felt that there was community involvement needed in regard to those deliberations, then that's what would happen. But I really would like us to remember that we're talking about one of our neighbors and we do want good relationships with them.
Thank you. So essentially, they have a piece of correspondence that they've sent us, and they would like our blessing to come to provide a presentation at our next meeting. So that's the essence of this. Councillor Fuller.
Just one final thing. Okay, not a problem. Put them on the agenda. And anybody out in the audience that wants to come and speak as a delegation are free to do so. They'll get their 10 minutes. Works for me.
Thank you. All right. No vote required on this. Notice of motion. Councillor Yoakum re human trafficking that council received for information correspondence dated 2016 May 1 from Mr. and Mrs. Allen and Kathy Peters regarding Bill C-36 and the Protection of Communities and Exploited Person Act, Union of British Columbia resolution related to human trafficking, and 6 items of correspondence dated 2016 March 15 from Zonta Club of Nanaimo members, and direct staff to prepare a report outlining the city's initiatives or potential initiatives to promote the prevention of human trafficking in the city of Nanaimo while actively endorsing and enforcing Bill C-36, the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act. So, that is a notice only. Thank you. Next item. Question period.
Fred Taylor of 204 Emery Way. Could you please advise me after watching council deal with, say, a half dozen unsightly properties in our city, what properties our bylaw 1970-3704 covers? Does that apply to all properties in our community? Bylaw?
I can't answer that.
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that. And staff?
Does the unsightly bylaw apply to all properties in our community?
I think where you're probably leading is that you're wanting to know whether it also covers commercial properties.
You got her. Where's the report on commercial industrial properties and any action on complaints you hold in the back room?
In the back room.
Wherever. My expression, back room, sorry.
Complaints that we hold in the back room. I don't understand you, sir.
Well, Seward sat here and said he acts on complaints right here. He got them. Where's the action? Where's the report on commercial and industrial properties, unsightly?
Samra?
That report is in the queue with the other reports that will be brought back to council for consideration on determining which ones will come first in terms of your priorities. With Mr. Seward's departure, I had a discussion with Mr. Davidson today about that report, so it is being worked on, and it's something that will be coming forward.
Unfair to pick on the small guy.
Thank you. Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.